Good, good evening, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here with another urgent update on catastrophic Category 5 Hurricane Beryl for July the 1st and the 2nd, depending on the time zone you're in. As always, my thoughts in this video are mine alone in making any decisions. Please consult the National Hurricane Center and your local officials for the latest information. It has been a very unfortunate day for a lot of people living on the Windward Islands today as Category 3-4 Hurricane Beryl barreled through these islands. If we go back in time here, we can see what the hurricane looked like as it went through these islands, producing some very big, significant damage, equivalent to an EF1 or 2 tornado, actually more like an EF2 or almost an EF3 tornado, but that's for another day. So my prayers and thoughts are with those that are on those islands. St. Lucia, Barbados did not get so lucky with some heavy rainfall, and now when we go through the current right now, this hurricane is very resistant, absolutely incredible, and it defies meteorology the last couple of days here, really outsmarting a lot of forecasters of how strong Beryl has been able to get. And we take a look at a more concentrated mesofloater satellite imagery. This is a GOES 16 channel 13 IR satellite imagery. Now this the CDO, the convective or the central dense overcast, is a little more asymmetrical, but it is also colder. We can see these cloud tops. We're reaching negative 75 degrees Celsius on the southern flank. So this is a very intense, catastrophic, violent hurricane that is ongoing right now. Some people earlier were saying in the chat that this is there's some shear increasing. I do not see any hint of that. There is possibly a hint of that beginning to impinge on the northwestern flank of this outflow channel that's extending outward, but it has not gone into the storm yet. So technically, the system could intensify a little bit more, just a hair, in the next 6 or so hours, maybe even in the next 12 hours. But once we get past the 12-hour mark, the ceiling of Beryl, or the as strong as it's going to get, is going to come to a close. So there is the potential for additional intensification to happen overnight tonight before Beryl gets challenged by some deep layer shear that we will be looking at. Now that is being forecasted to be a little bit stronger than what we first thought, but given how strong Beryl is, I don't think it's going to matter a whole lot. So this is a look at the GOES 16 IR GCLM flash, and what we have here is still a lot of lightning activity, electrical activity that is going on within Beryl's inner core with a very intense eye wall that is well intact. Unfortunately, there is no early signs, maybe beginning to see early signs of a secondary eye wall that could be forming, but even on this imagery, it is very hard to score that out. And what we're left with is a very smooth, uniform CDO, other than it is a bit restricted on the northern side of the system. That's because, again, if the system's moving this way, we are seeing a little bit of westerly shear, but that wouldn't make sense because then we would see a CDO that looks more kind of like, not really like that, but you get the idea, a little more lopsided with the fatter convection on the eastern side of the system. So by the looks of this, I'm not seeing any shear that is stopping Beryl right now from further intensifying, unfortunately. And the stronger this gets and the longer it waits to weaken, the more significant impacts that Beryl could have on Jamaica. So we had some surface frequency microwave radiometer wind issues today, so we are not able to retrieve those numbers for you in this live stream. Yeah, the plane had some data issues, some mechanical problems, not really mechanical problems with its engines, but some computer issues as far as the data goes. So the tail Doppler radar was not helpful in this in today's mission. But what was very helpful is getting at least some flight level wind data. And what it does show is the pressure was 940 millibars, hanging pretty steady. So overall, kind of fluctuating between 940 to 939 millibars. And that's pretty much where we stand at the moment. But what is very important about this is that we have a very intense eye wall wind field here. These are 137 knot plus winds. To be specific, they found 175 knot winds in their mission today. I forgot what pass number that was. Probably the second or third. I think it was like the third pass through the eye. They found that. But it really, I mean, it's just incredible to see. Lots of beige colors here indicating Category 5 force winds. And even in their last pass here, as they exited the storm, we still were able to get winds actually on the northwestern eye wall that actually were a little more stronger. So based on this data, because the system's moving this way, it does not surprise me if we're even seeing winds reaching 165 miles an hour on the northeastern eye wall, maybe even eclipsing 170 miles an hour. That is absolutely devastating. If this impacted, or if any island was in the way of this right now, like in the short term, this would be complete obliteration, unfortunately. But fortunately, though, there's no one in the line of fire in the short term, and it's all open ocean here. But for shipping interests, it could be a rough one because of high surf that is occurring with this. So again, today's mission went well, other than the loss of some surface frequency SFMR winds that were not being retrieved very well from the aircraft. And so that's why there were some judgmental readings on that mission. But either way, this is a Category 5 with 160 mile an hour winds as it stands as of this update. And I'll show you that proof in a second. So now, the question everybody is noting, and this has defied a lot of forecasters, how much stronger will Beryl get tonight? So right now, this is the 18Z. I don't think we're able to get our 0Z runs in yet on the hurricane. I can check that really quickly. I don't think we're able to get that. No, we only have our 18Z model runs in from the National Hurricane Center on this. So as we go now, this is not performing. Well, this is underperforming on this run because at 138, 139 mile an hour winds. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pick a model that best suits this storm. And right now, let's see. This is the H-Wharf. Let me go to the H-Mod model. That's 157. That's a little closer. The Halves B has about 174 miles an hour. So this is probably a bit more kind of realistic. It's probably overshooting it a little bit. But let me see what the Halves A will show. And that's 160 miles an hour. So this is probably a more accurate model because it initialized, or it kind of has the initial conditions as close to the NHC as we can get it. So as we go forward in time here, right now it's 160. Will this strengthen? Let's go forward. And there is a potential, at least through tomorrow morning, that we might get 166, 170 mile an hour winds on this. Now, again, predicting a 5 or 10 mile an hour wind increase is not going to matter a whole lot here. For one thing, this hurricane has broken many records, of one being the earliest major hurricane in the Caribbean ever on record because it started in June. And secondly, it is the strongest Category 5 hurricane in early July to form in the Caribbean this time of the year. And thirdly, it is what was the third one? Thirdly, it has some of the lowest pressure for this area in the Caribbean in early July. So definitely some records out of this, and doesn't surprise me. This could be one of those longer term systems. So as we go forward here into Tuesday, we can see that even through Tuesday here, this could meander right around 160 miles an hour. According to the HAVS A model, we can still see, again, some intense winds with this, even hurricane force winds getting awfully close, not, well, kind of close there, not far off the coast. And again, 160 mile an hour winds on this model, folks. That's very intense. That's still category 5 intensity when you think about it. And this is the next 30 hours. This is through tomorrow afternoon into the evening hours. And then once this gets into, say, Jamaica, we can see it really weakening. And then it continues to do so once it gets into the Yucatan. But that's only one of those models that we have. Let's go and look at the HAVS B model on this system. As we go forward, again, it could further intensify. This one has almost 170 mile an hour winds at the surface by Tuesday late or early afternoon on. So again, about 24 hours from now, we'll see this peaking intensity on this run, and then it begins to weaken. But I mean, still a 142 mile an hour hurricane approaching Jamaica. I repeat, 140 mile an hour hurricane approaching Jamaica on the HAVS B model. And then once it gets past Jamaica, it could still be a very intense hurricane. Look at this, 143 mile an hour hurricane, category 4 that is. And then a good thing though is this is a very compact system, and right now it looks like Grand Cayman could only spare 40 mile an hour winds from this system as it passes to your south, and then it could begin to weaken before it begins to re-intensify right before landfall. And if that even happens, we shall find out. And then once it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, it could reorganize a little bit and potentially re-intensify a little bit as it moves in that general direction. So we'll see if that actually happens, but still a bit far out, to say the least. So now let's take a look here at the HMON model. So different models. Actually, I wanted to show you the wind gust forecast on the HAVS B model. So looking at those wind gusts forecast, of course, over 191 miles an hour, possibly over 100 miles an hour. Actually, tonight, 11 p.m., we could be witnessing 200 mile an hour wind gusts. That's category 5 intensity for sure. And then possibly in that book of 195 to 200 mile an hour wind gusts through tomorrow early afternoon. So violent wind gusts and violent conditions over the Caribbean. And then look at this. This gets just to the south here of Jamaica, and look at that, still 160 mile an hour wind gusts on Beryl as it just goes to the south. And of course, right in these brighter colors, we are seeing wind gusts between 75 to 95 miles an hour. Specifically, this area could have wind gusts over 100. That is pretty devastating when you think about it. And then that comes off the coast there of Jamaica, and then possibly over the Grand Cayman Island could witness hurricane force wind gusts before this moves into the Yucatan by Thursday night into early Friday. And that's a ring there of 142 mile an hour wind gusts. And then once it reemerges over the Gulf, we have stronger wind gusts. So now to the HMON model, we are not able to get your wind gusts on this because this does not have the selection for that. So we're only able to give you some sustained winds. So the HMON, how does this play out? This is actually initialized a little stronger, 172 miles an hour, and then it begins to weaken. But look at this, 153, 160 miles an hour through Tuesday afternoon into the evening hours. So potentially right up there near a category 5 hurricane. And Ethan is here. All right, so Ethan is here. And we'll finish the discussion once he joins. Yes, I'm calling you, Ethan. we'll finish the update. All right. All right, stay mute. Yeah, just stay muted or something. Or you can unmute, just have silence as I do my update, and then we'll start tracking this. All right, then. So as this passes just to the south of Jamaica, we're looking at still sustained winds of that Category 1, Category 2 intensity, and then still weakens to about a Category 1 hurricane at landfall in the Yucatan. And then once it reemerges, we will see what all happens there. But some intense, aggressive forecasts once it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, one more model that I want to look at is the HWRF. So this is what the forecast is calling for. Probably more of a conservative forecast, but still 141 mile an hour winds to the south of Jamaica. And then, once again, it could definitely be a Category 1, maybe almost a Category 2 hurricane at landfall in the Yucatan. And then, of course, once it gets into the open Gulf of Mexico, we'd be looking at a strong Category 1 hurricane. Now, I wanted to talk to you all about the rainfall, because the rainfall with this one is going to be absolutely apocalyptic. Apocalyptic? I think I tongue twister there. I think I did really well on that. So there's some different scenarios here, but pretty much the similar of many. We have heavy, intense rain over Jamaica. Actually, these colors do not look very aggressive. Probably tropical tidbits is a little bit better for that. So let's go to the HWRF and go to Beryl, and then let's go over to there. Let me zoom out on this so you all can see. So of course, we can see this on the model moving into Jamaica. This would be for Wednesday early afternoon, mid-afternoon. Still some very heavy rainfall. Okay, there's no doubt, in my mind, we're going to have some catastrophic impacts. Hurricane warning issued for Jamaica. That's a certain. And then look at, just because you don't get hurricane force winds on Grand Cayman, look at all of this rain moving over the Grand Cayman Island area. Some water spouts for sure, not surprising by that. And then once this gets into the Yucatan, we could be looking at some very serious rainfall. All right, so now that we talked about that, big lightning strike on that eye wall right now. So now let's go to the NHC forecast. So this is the official output from the National Hurricane Center. And again, it's 160 mile an hour winds moving to the west-northwest at 22. Man, this is a strong hurricane to move this fast. I mean, 22 miles an hour, I thought that is not possible with hurricanes moving this fast. And it attained a Category 5. Wow, that's incredible. Tropical storm warning for the southern Dominican Republic, Hispaniola, and a hurricane warning. I repeat, I will say this millions of times over and over again. Hurricane warning is issued for Jamaica. All preparations need to be rushed in the next day or two so you are ready for some intense winds as this. And again, look at this. Major hurricane potential for Jamaica, a low-end major hurricane at this point, but still a major hurricane that's going to cause a lot of problems. So here is the key messages for Hurricane Beryl. Beryl is forecast to remain a powerful hurricane as it moves across the Caribbean Sea later this week. A hurricane warning is now in effect for Jamaica, where hurricane conditions are expected on Wednesday. A tropical storm warning is also in effect for the south coast of Hispaniola. Heavy rainfall and flash flooding are possible over portions of Jamaica on Wednesday. Interest in the Cayman Islands, Belize, and the Yucatan, the remainder of the northwestern Caribbean, and the southwestern Gulf of Mexico need to monitor the progress of Beryl. Additional watches and warnings will likely be required on Tuesday or Wednesday for the Yucatan Peninsula. So you're going to need to stay tuned for that. And I will be providing updates pretty much every day with live coverage on this, as long as this remains a definite threat to any landmass. So here's a look at the latest chances of tropical storm force winds. It is now likely and expected that tropical storm force winds will impact Jamaica, likely, and the potential for likelihood of hurricane force winds. I said that correctly. Not the entire island, mainly the southern side that is closest to the center of circulation. We could be looking at hurricane force sustained winds with wind gusts in excess of 140, 150 miles an hour. Is not surprising. Maybe even 160 in the higher terrain. And again, that would be for Wednesday morning. Once those tropical storm force winds, the time to preparate is gone. So there is now a 50 to 60 and even close to 70% chance of tropical storm conditions over Grand Cayman, as well as, the Mexico coast here of the Yucatan, Belize. Yes, you all down here, I'm talking about you all there. There's a 30 to 40% chance of tropical storm force winds on your area for Thursday evening. So, yes, this is the window right here of 4th of July when people are going to be out doing whatever they need to for 4th of July. Instead, you're going to have to get prepared for a highly impactful tropical storm or hurricane moving in your direction. So here's a look at the latest rainfall forecast from the National Hurricane Center. And again, this has not been updated, but I'm hoping soon it will get updated. Right now, what we do know, let me make sure that is, yeah, they did not update this yet, but it is as current as we can make it. Still forecasting possibly about 8 inches of rain. Some of the models are spitting out a foot. We looked at those earlier this afternoon when we did our discussion that there could be a foot of rainfall, perhaps even 16, 17 inches of rainfall on the eastern portion there of Jamaica, since for one thing, it will be the strongest, and secondly, you got a lot of orographic effects coming in out of the easterly and northeasterly direction. And when you get that orographic effect, when you lift that air up and over these mountainous terrain areas, you're going to see a lot of heavy rainfall, and it's going to lead to mudslides, rock slides, debris flows, and anything like that. And then, all right, Ethan, take your time. So possibly 4 to 6 inches of rainfall over the central portion of the Dominican Republic. All right, so even so these rainfall totals don't look a whole lot, that combined with the wind will lead to a lot of impacts that we have not seen even on Jamaica in quite some time. So here's a look at the latest wind field as of the 11 o'clock advisory. Still on that due heading, like we talked about. It is still in reach to head towards Jamaica. When this turn to the west occurs, it remains in question right now. If it happens a little later, it could impact Jamaica directly. That's why there's a hurricane warning in effect. And yeah, tropical storm force winds have continued to expand a little bit, with hurricane force winds that do remain about the same. So let's read the discussion, and then we will look at more modeling, weather modeling, on why this is headed, where it's going, and why do we see some of that weakening that takes place. All right, because I want this to be a very detailed discussion. So, as always, data from the NOAA-P3 Hurricane Hunter aircraft tonight has been quite helpful in assessing Beryl's structure and intensity. Within the past hour, the aircraft measured a peak 700 millibar flight level wind of about 157 knots in the northeastern quadrant. A typical 90% reduction translates to a maximum sustained wind of 140 knots, which makes Beryl a potentially catastrophic Category 5 hurricane. I mean, words from the NHC, potentially catastrophic Category 5 hurricane. These are the experts, and they don't take this very lightly, folks. Potentially catastrophic. And look at what they even put in their discussion. This is the earliest Category 5 observed in the Atlantic Basin on record. Yeah, on record, beats Emily in 2005. And only the second Category 5 hurricane to occur in July after Hurricane Emily in 2005. Wow. I mean, grief. That's crazy, isn't it? Just incredible. So, I'm going to talk more about this in my modeling discussion here in a second, but what we really want to focus on is this paragraph of the intensification on how this all is going to evolve. So this writer, so this is from Papin, which works at the National Hurricane Center. While I cannot rule out a bit more intensification in the short term, okay, so maybe further strengthening with Beryl. All right, very important here, folks, and I'm going to square this in pink. All right, while I cannot rule out a bit more intensification in the short term, that is important because that means Beryl is or could intensify further. We saw this on our HAVS B and A models, indicating that some additional strengthening is possible. All right. I mean, 165 is probably the highest I'm going to go with this if this peaks. That's about as high as I'm going to go. It is also possible another eyewall replacement cycle could begin like we saw last night with the University of Wisconsin model giving another ERC a 50 to 75% probability based on the last few microwave passes. With that said, after the next 24 hours, both the GFS and ECMWF remain insistent that significant mid-level westerly shear above 30 knots will begin to undercut Beryl's outflow layer. So just because we have this, and I did not even know that, so there will be some outflow, but don't let that fool you. There's undercutting that will sneak underneath that outflow, and it will actually kind of shunt or kind of stunt the vortex a little bit. So the HAVS A and B regional hurricane models, which did a good job predicting Beryl's peak intensity today, are also insistent this shear will start to disrupt the hurricane after the next 24 hours. There is evidence of this less favorable upper level pattern on GOES 16 water vapor imagery upwind of Beryl's track. And we are going to look at that in a second of what they're talking about, because there's kind of this wall between not much shear and a lot of shear. So if we actually take a look, and let's go to the GOES, let's go to the College Due page. Let's go over to, am I able to bring up regional in that area? Okay, here we go. So here is Beryl. Let me actually take this down to 96 frames. So you got to understand, shear is a wind direction change with height, not the wind speed itself in the upper levels. People think, oh, the cirrus are moving just a little bit. That's not a whole lot of wind. Well, it's shear because you can see how the clouds in the upper levels are actually moving this direction. You can see that right here. And while we have this trade wind flow overall steering our hurricane this way, more specifically this way, that's what we're seeing. Oops. This way. There we go. So when you think about that, you can get an idea. Our overall steering flow is actually this way, because as hurricanes remain intense, their vortexes are pretty tall. They tend to gain a lot, some latitude, and that's what we've been seeing. But take note, when you follow these cloud motions, you can see where the shear actually is out here, and we could see evidence of that if we look at the convective pattern right here on the northwestern side. Some of these filaments, watch these filaments very closely. You can see them, how the flow is actually just sitting there while our flow is doing this, which is actually 20 knots of shear, maybe 25 knots or so. And yeah, you could really see it really on the increase. So this is going to get into Beryl very soon, and I think we're going to start seeing this really get more asymmetrical probably within the next 12 hours or so. So that's kind of what shear is. And you could really see it over the Dominican Republic. Pretty strong there. So let's go and look at our halves B, since they said it that it did really well. So we're going to rely on that model a little bit more. So now that we have a pretty good idea of what Beryl is going to do, once we get past the 18-hour mark, we're going to start seeing that shear increase. And then as we go into the Gulf of Mexico, it could find itself in a more conducive environment with this upper level outflow anticyclonically around the system. But remember, what we're seeing here is the cirrus are moving this general direction, but your flow out of the east makes this more of a westerly shear, if that makes sense. All right. And so the steering of the system, if we look at the 500 millibar flow chart here, we can see that that ridge to the north, again, is well established. And once Beryl runs into that ridge, it's going to actually turn kind of well, not more like this, and turn more back towards the west a little bit. And you can kind of see that kind of shaping up, that little nudge to the left of where it's currently moving towards, moving to, really illustrates that. So that's why areas in Cuba, I'm pretty confident at this point you're not going to see much impacts other than some rain at most. Florida, you're not going to see any impacts at all. You don't need to worry. However, if this makes that turn to the north, if it comes down here and then kind of does this, then Texas and maybe western Louisiana might want to keep your eye out on that. All right. But for right now, another pass, Justin? Another pass. Are you freaking serious? Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. All right, Ethan, you ready? So that's the update. That's pretty much all I have to say. Now we're going to have to start tracking this. Yeah, I was at work and I saw these pink barbs and I'm like, whoa! That is some intensification there. Hey, Ethan, how are you doing, bud?
I am doing well. Thank you for having me, and thank you for holding the stream here covering this really incredible system.
Yeah, by the way, everybody, Ethan is a severe weather expert slash hurricane expert as well. And Ethan, this is absolutely astonishing. Astonishing to see a Category 5 hurricane in the Caribbean in late June, early July.
Yes, it is. We know that a couple days ago, this system wasn't, it wasn't even a hurricane. It was organizing. We saw signs of deep convective organization around its, central circulation. But only a couple of days, this absolutely exploded from an organizing tropical wave into a Category 5 hurricane. That's incredible to see. The presentation we're seeing is classic major hurricane, really well-defined eye wall and everything. It's a scary looking storm.
Yeah, it is very scary. And Ethan, they did find 100, someone in the chat, and I kind of looked back at that. They did find 175 knot winds during their mission so far today on this, in their afternoon mission. 175 knot winds.
That's unbelievable. Oh my gosh, that is really incredible.
It is. Oh my. Yeah. So they're already getting hurricane force winds, and oh, I am really curious. I am very curious of what they're gonna find. If those winds, in fact, continue to increase or what. Yeah,
Yes, I am too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Josh D even says that is upwards of 200 miles an hour for folks in the chat. 200-mile-an-hour winds, Ethan. That's EF. That is EF5 tornado? EF4 something?
Yeah, once you get above 200, that's equivalent to EF5 tornado. And considering the area over which this is happening is just unbelievable because with tornadoes, even the largest tornadoes are really, really small vortices compared to the size of a hurricane. That's an absolutely massive circulation to deal with.
And worst thing we can see, Ethan, is tons of lightning on this storm. Still tonight, we're getting a lot of lightning flashes, according to weather nerds. I mean, this is not getting any better. This is really, really bad. Lots of lightning in that eye right now, and a lot of lightning going on just to its east. A huge convective banding like future, producing almost 1,000 lightning strikes per 15 minutes.
Wow. That is really interesting, and this may seem counterintuitive to some people in the chat here this evening, but hurricanes are not usually prolific lightning producers. If you do get a lot of lightning associated with a hurricane, it's either oftentimes with some banding features on the periphery of it, or in some cases, like this, dealing with a very, very strong hurricane.
That eye wall is very intense, I'm telling you right now. I'm even surprised. They're flying this. They're flying into this. Man, this is...
Yeah,
Ooh.
we've really got to thank the researchers who go out there and measured this. That's gained some incredible data.
And I'll tell you what, Ethan, through the next 12 to 18 hours, according to the HAVSB, which has done really well with this storm. Oh, and we're getting a new data in. Oh gosh, Ethan. By Tuesday morning, in the next 12 hours, this could peak at 170 miles an hour, with wind gusts peaking almost at 200 miles an hour.
Wow. That's a big deal. That's reminiscent of Hurricane Andrew.
And it's... Whew. Yeah. This is new data coming right now in as we speak. 0Z H, or not H Wharf, Halves V is coming in. Let's see what the H Wharf actually shows. That is not rendered yet. See what the Halves A shows. Yep. Two of the halves friends, Ethan, halves A and halves B, both indicate that this is going to potentially intensify further to 165 to 170 miles an hour through Tuesday early afternoon over the next 12 to 18 hours.
Yeah, we'll definitely need to watch that. It's already become a historic system that it's strengthened to so far. We'll see how much further it goes.
And the forecast pressure on this, Ethan, believe it or not, could get down to as low as 929 to 934 millibars.
Oh yeah, very low pressure here. I don't remember what the latest pressure reading was, but it is obviously quite low.
And the environmental pressure, Ethan, is 1,016 millibars. So that's why it's a Cat 5, even so we're not seeing 915 millibar pressure readings.
Yeah, the wind is really a function of the pressure gradient, and the tighter the pressure gradient, the stronger the wind flow.
So, yeah, we're getting real-time weather, folks. We are watching this as you guys are watching it right now, and we are going to see what the hurricane hunters find in their northeastern eye wall. And Ethan, the fact that they're doing this again, they're doing a 5-pass, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fix thing is incredible.
Yes, absolutely. Also, briefly to touch on something that Justin mentioned, just want to slide this in here for a moment. There is a tornado on the ground south of Lincoln, Nebraska at the moment, so that's kind of a thing to keep in mind as well, if anyone's in Nebraska tonight.
Yeah. So we're going to have to wait and see what the recon finds once they get in there. But look at the lightning happening even outside the eye wall, Ethan. If you look at my stream, even throughout the hurricane, we're seeing lightning strikes all over. Man, dude.
Oh, absolutely. That is really deep convection, especially, blowing up on the periphery of it. And obviously that central convection is really dense as well.
I'm actually very concerned about those hurricane hunters. Oh, they're about to get it. They're about to get into the eye wall. They just got a 113 mile an hour flight level wind, and the pressure, Ethan, keep in mind, the pressure has to get all the way down to 935 millibars. This is happening at 997.6 millibars. So they're just beginning to approach the eye wall. They're not quite in it yet, and they're already picking up 100, about 105 to 120 mile an hour winds.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
So this is pretty serious. This is to be taken really seriously right now. Man, that is a... And the eye is very well intact still, too.
Yes, it is. That's a very clear eye.
And there is a narrow ribbon of negative 78-degree cloud tops on the northern eye wall. It's like a donut, a gray donut. With cloud temperatures, Ethan, by the way, convective temperatures or the IR showing negative 100 to negative 115 degree cloud tops in Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's getting so deep, the convection is so intense, and that's probably a really big contributor to the number of lightning strikes that we're seeing.
And if we look at this on 3D, for those that are watching, boy, we have almost 2,000 people watching tonight. Again, invite your family and friends to this. We could see what it looks like. And look at this, looks like a little tornado or a large tornado, Ethan. On the 3D, you could really see the dynamics into this system as we play this. And look at all those lightning strikes right here. Man.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible. It is a cyclone, like we see so many cyclones in the atmosphere, but this is just on a really, really large scale compared to, say, tornadoes, convective vortices that we see, over the land in the U.S. This is a lot bigger.
And a lot more violent, too. I mean, keep in mind, we're rivaling, well, the wind gusts are rivaling EF5 intensity tornado.
Absolutely. And there was a storm chaser who has already intercepted this on an island, I believe, when it was strengthening. And the room that he was set up they had his live stream set up in, the roof was removed. His room was just exposed to the open air. So even
Oh,
the impacts it's
gosh.
had right now have already been very severe.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, the latest Halves A model, Ethan, has this a little stronger at the same time. 130 miles an hour in about 30 hours from now. So still a Category 4 within the next day and a half, unfortunately. Looking at the Halves B, same thing, pretty much. Pretty much the same thing. And a little further south, which is somewhat good news, we'll have to wait what that H-Warf shows once it begins to render. But we only have the halves A and B out as a render at the moment. And boy, that is some intense winds right there. Wow.
Yes, indeed it is.
So we're waiting for the recon aircraft. We're going to wait patiently for new data to come in real time. in real time, and we're actually going to bring up this too. Yep, they have already found 110 knot winds, Ethan, and they're not even in the eye wall yet.
Oh man.
It's like it's like a tornado, but or it's like it's like a tornado, but on a large scale, huge scale.
Yeah, and I think that the main, because I've seen a couple questions here in the chat tonight, and they're very good questions, obviously. Wondering about what impacts this might have downstream into the U.S. eventually, and we really can't say for sure exactly what track this is going to take. I'm sure that David has mentioned this already, but I just want to reiterate, there's a lot of uncertainty as we head into that forecast range, exactly where this is going to go. But I think that this is a good reminder for anyone who's in the Gulf coastal region that if you have hurricane preparedness,
Ethan,
it's a good idea to get those ready now.
Ethan.
Hello?
Yeah, my sound card's going out. Here, people could hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue there, but if anyone didn't hear what I was saying before, it was that we really don't know a lot about the track of this as it approaches, goes into the Gulf later on. So U.S. impacts are very uncertain at this time. There's a lot of unpredictability, but I think this is a good reminder for anyone in the U.S. who has not gotten all their hurricane preparedness items together, get those extra things ready, because this came in a very short amount of time. So even if this doesn't have major impacts in the U.S. at some point, it's good to be prepared for any other storms that would happen in the future.
Exactly. So we really, really got to watch this. We're waiting for the recon aircraft to get in there. We're going to get you an update as soon as it can be. We're just waiting for the data to load in. And we're definitely looking at a violent hurricane. I mean, the words that the NHC used, Ethan, tonight are just mind-boggling. I mean, catastrophic, life-threatening, catastrophic.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, Ethan. Throughout the night tonight, the pressure could get down to 930 millibars before rising again.
Wow, that is pretty interesting to consider because we know the outside pressure is pretty high. It'll lower that central pressure even more, and we're still dealing with a shrinking system if it verifies that.
Wow. All right, we're waiting for the pass. Come on, Recon, load in the data. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh my gosh, Ethan.
Yes.
It just updated. Apparently on someone's end, they found 154, 155 knot flight level winds on the northeastern eye and a pressure as low as 932 millibars.
Oh my. Wow. That's pretty incredible.
I'm gonna wait though for it to come out. I need to see this for myself. See it to believe it. I'm gonna wait because it's not out yet. I have not gotten the update.
Justin says he can confirm.
Why is it not updating on my end? That's crazy. Well, you know what I'm going to do? Then I'm just going to do this. I'm going to load it up on my Radar Omega, go to Hurricane Hunters, go to the last mission, and let's click on it. Holy cow. Holy cow.
What's going on?
Wow, that is intense. That is intense. Dude, stronger than earlier.
Oh my gosh.
Stronger than earlier. And a pressure as low as 931 millibars, Ethan. 931 millibars.
Wow, that really is still falling.
Yup. Wow, you want to know the pressure in the previous pass from earlier, Ethan?
Yes.
This is about an hour ago. It was at 935 millibars. Now it's down to 931 millibars.
Yeah, that's still a pretty substantial drop there.
Yeah, I'm getting it right now. They are in that eye, and wow, that is some intense winds. Woo! Wow. There it is. Yeah, look at 3 flagged barbs right here. That is insane. Look at the northwestern eye wall too. That is crazy.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you think, Ethan, they might up the intensity even further to like 165?
It's possible if the pressure's dropped further and we're still getting these really strong measurements. It's possible.
Oh my gosh. Holy cow. Man, dude. I mean, if it could very well be 165, possibly, given how low the pressure is. They did find it at 931.8 millibars.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain more what this means? By millibars, Ethan, like the pressure.
Yeah, I briefly addressed this here in the chat earlier, but if you all can still hear me enough. What we mean by millibars, it's a unit of pressure, and pressure is very important with these storms because hurricanes are strong, concentrated, low-pressure centers. The lower the pressure, the stronger the storm, which is why mentioning that the pressure is still falling in the latest update means that the system should still be strengthening because, again, as that pressure falls, the system gets stronger, the pressure gradient tightens, and the winds tend to increase.
I'll tell you right now, Ethan, the pressure, just when they started diving into the system to make their northeastern fly-in, pressure was about 1,000. Well, actually, I would say environmental pressure is about 1,015 millibars. 1,015 millibars, and now we're in the eye. It's 931. That's very sharp.
Yes, it is, especially over that relatively small space.
All right, Carrie Lockob said if the storm is 931 millibars, then that would mean the winds are probably stronger than what they are saying. Very much so. This is okay. Evan Bollinger says this is absolutely crazy. Have we ever seen something like this? Ethan, you could probably help answer that. In my opinion, no, we have not this early in the season.
Yeah, how historic this is that seeing the Category 5 this strong, this early in the hurricane season is just really astonishing, because normally we start talking about storms this strong as we head through, late August into September, but we just now entered July, and we've got a Category 5 going already. So, in that sense, it is historic.
So based on the data, it is possible this could be 165, but I cannot confirm that right now. Probably going to keep it at 160 from the NHC, I'm guessing. Just, they want to be safer than not on that. But I will get out the public advisory, or if there's any update. No, there isn't. So we will just have to wait for this for about another hour. No, not an hour, about another 50 minutes. Less than 50 minutes, we will get a new update from the NHC.
Yeah. Also, Justin G providing some really good information and some great moderation tonight. You all need to give him some applause for sure. He gave an interesting statistic here. Beryl has broken 8 records, according to his post.
8 records. What are those records, Justin? I know one of them is the earliest Category 5 hurricane ever on record, and the earliest, one of the earliest, actually, yeah, well, not the earliest, but the strongest major hurricane ever on record in the Caribbean in June, before we flipped the calendar into July. So if you could, yeah, that's what Doctor is even asking. Let us know of what all those 8 records are. I can't type them all. Laughing out loud. If you don't mind, Justin, do you have the source to that? Oh yeah, you can join. Let me add you to the call if I can do it on here. Hold on. Can we add? Ethan, I'm gonna... Oh yeah. I'm gonna add Justin to the call, okay?
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, buddy.
How are we doing tonight?
Woo! We got some records, and this is absolutely phenomenal, Justin. This is absolutely phenomenal. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So, just to give an update on my comment about the records, if everybody can hear me, let me just make sure my audio is good before I start.
Because I'm using the iPad. Because, yep, my
audio is good. I can start. Okay. Number 1, Beryl is the earliest Category 5 on record. Number 2, Beryl is the first system on record to undergo rapid intensification in the main development region of the Atlantic in June. Number 3, it is the strongest June hurricane as measured by wind speed surpassing Hurricane Audrey of 1957. Number 4, it's the second ever Category 5 hurricane to occur during the month of July, second to Hurricane Emily in 2005. Number 6, earliest Category 4 hurricane on record in the basin, surpassing the previous record set July 8, 2005 by Hurricane Dennis. Number 7, or 6, I don't know if this is 6 or 7, there's 8 in total. Third earliest Atlantic major hurricane on record, its Grenada landfall was the earliest by a major hurricane, surpassing the July 5th landfall of the 1916 Gulf Coast hurricane at Pascagoula, Mississippi. Number 7 is the easternmost Atlantic hurricane to form in June at 49.3 degrees west, beating the mark set by the 1933 Trinidad hurricane at 58.9 degrees west. And finally, it is the strongest known hurricane to pass through the Grenadines. Those are our records.
Wow, that really puts it into perspective.
And I want to tell you both this. It's only early July. So for getting a Category 5 hurricane in the Caribbean, I am very, 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 very concerned and curious what August and September could bring. I am really, really curious and concerned about that.
One of the things we're thinking about.
Wow. Man. I just cannot even... Wow. Shout out goes to James Cutoff on Twitter for digging into that info, by the way. So
yeah, we knew about like 5 of those records, but he caught the other 3 that I didn't even know of. So, yeah, great digging by him.
Also, I did update you all on Twitter earlier. As I promised, once we got that data from Recon, I would post it on Twitter, and I did. I followed through with that. So you got to give me a little round of applause on that, too. For those people that did see my Twitter post on that, yeah. So right now, the impacts to Jamaica are, I mean, Justin, this could still peak at 175 according to the HAFS A and HAFS B runs. The 0Z runs, take a look at those. Go to 12Z Tuesday, 12 hours out on the HAFS B, and you'll see the plot. 168.6. When you round that up, it's to 169. But when you round up to 10, you get 170 miles an hour.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's 10 miles an hour slower.
Yeah, it's totally worth noting that too, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. The HAFS A and HAFS B have been incredibly good at forecasting this system, and they've been almost to the dot on its intensity from the beginning. So those models have done a great job, and the NHC actually noted that in their discussion, so it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. One thing I did want to note is earlier I said that the eye appeared to be contracting a little bit. It has contracted slightly since earlier. However, that was more so, and I should know better, but that was more so because of the tilt of the satellite. It kind of made the eye look smaller than it was. Now that the satellite has repositioned, the eye appears to be back to its normal size.
Oh, shoot. So my question, and this is for you, Ethan and Justin. Yeah, we're at about 13 nautical miles again. Could there be an eye wall replacement cycle about ready to begin that could cap the intensity of this? Or could that wait until tomorrow afternoon or so? I mean, I'm really curious. I'm really, really wondering about that.
Ethan, you can take that one. Unless...
Well, hold on a second here.
I can too.
I was just reading something. Justin's probably more knowledgeable in that area, specifically more than me, actually.
So, when it comes to the eye wall replacement cycle, there's no real hallmarks of an ongoing eye wall replacement cycle within Beryl right now. I know earlier, David and I told you that it looked like one was about to begin. I think that was just weird, like, cooling of the CDO. The CDO, which, as we've gone over countless times in all of these streams, is the central dense overcast. It wasn't uniformly cooling. It was cooling in some spots and not cooling in others. So that gave the impression that there was like a moat between 2 eye walls, but there actually wasn't. Microwave confirmed that and Recon confirmed that. We don't see any indications of an eye wall replacement cycle right now immediately occurring. The storm looks incredibly organized. Microwave has one thick, organized eye wall, and Recon is in the storm right now and doesn't even have any semblance of a dual wind maximum. So I would say no to an eye wall replacement cycle in the immediate near future. However, an eye wall replacement cycle probably in the next 15 to 24 hours is becoming increasingly likely, as NHC noted, and some of the computer guidance has given it about, I think, a 50 to 75% chance of occurring.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Justin. We appreciate that.
So this could, I'm speechless because this could intensify a little bit more tonight because we have that nocturnal convective maximum. That's what they call it, right? I think it's, you got it correct.
Diurnal maximum?
Is it diurnal's during the day, right? Nocturnal is overnight.
Well, there's diurnal minimum in the day, and then diurnal maximum at night.
Oh, okay. So diurnal. Okay, I was not sure. All right. So diurnal maximum is getting ready to approach, and we will see what the hurricane does. Also, Justin, I do not see any semblance of any weighted to the hurricane at all as far as the it's not asymmetrical right now. I don't see that. Maybe you see it, but there's no impacts of shear impacting the system as we speak, as of right now.
Yeah, I can concur with that assessment. Shear will kick in sooner than later. It should have kicked in already, and it hasn't. 2024, well, 2024, I guess. But it should be kicking in probably within the next 6 to 12 hours.
All right, are you ready to hear some data that Recon found in the northeastern eye wall?
Yes.
All right, so they have found a maximum wind in that the northeastern eye wall of 155, about 154, 155 knots at least. And in the northwestern eye wall, let's take a look at that. They have found winds there of about 100 and almost 130 knots.
That is really interesting. Those winds at the surface are oddly weak. I don't know if that drop zone was just not placed correctly or what that is, but it's kind of odd.
They have dropped 34 drop zones into the storm since its mission, since it's first started.
Insane. I don't know what we would do without those guys.
Exactly. So, let's look at the latest lightning. Yeah, there's only 1 or 2 lightning strikes happening at a time on the GLM lightning detection from the GO 16 in the eye wall. So that could be a sign that things are weakening, but it's interesting. There's a new burst of deep convection that just fired up around that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd per se say weakening. It's probably leveling off now, but it's going to be a bit until it starts to weaken, I would think.
Okay. Man, this thing re-intensifies as it heads towards the Yucatan, so it weakens right after Jamaica, and then it re-intensifies to a 105 mile an hour hurricane before it reaches the Yucatan.
Wow.
Man, if this gets into the Gulf, who knows what could happen? By the way,
Yeah, we will have to watch.
Yeah, by the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and share this with your family and friends on social media. We're going to be live on this for another hour and a half or so until about 11:30, 11:45, because I do need to get some sleep because it's not only going to be hot tomorrow, but I'm also going to be working in the afternoon, and I need a lot of sleep. Believe me, folks, I care about you guys so much that I was highly distracted at work today. I mean, every 2 minutes, I shouldn't say this because I hope no one from my work is watching, but let's just say I was extremely distracted. Because I could just, like, what is it looking like? Let's see. Oh my gosh, they found this. Oh my goodness, it's strong. I could not stop watching it. And it takes me a lot to get distracted at work because of a hurricane this intense. H.
That
Wharf,
certainly gets on your mind.
H. Wharf has not rendered yet, nor the H-Mon. Maybe on Tropical Tidbits it has. Oh, no, it's starting to render. Let's see with what we got. Oh my gosh, Justin and Ethan. This could be close to 940 millibars right off the coast of Jamaica in about 42 hours.
Yeah, it's concerning what impacts it might have in Jamaica. So for those, I have seen several people in chat from Jamaica tonight. For Jamaican friends out there, do take this seriously. This is a dangerous storm that is approaching. And we'll see how close it comes to a direct impact, but there will be impacts, it seems. There are hurricane warnings that are in effect.
Let's look at the H-Mon. Man, I'm curious about that H-Mon right now. Gosh, the H-Mon wants to hang on to this a little longer. Still a little weaker, but a little further north, too, at the same time. Wants us down to a tropical storm, 994 millibars? Are you sure about that, H-Mon? 63 hours out.
That would be pretty quick.
No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There's no way. But yeah, definitely tropical storm force winds on this island for sure on Wednesday. Big impacts on that island.
Yes, Ricardo, that is correct.
Wow, we're getting negative 110 degree cloud top surrounding the eye, and the eye is still, Justin and Ethan, right around 65 degrees.
Oh, wow.
And Justin, since you're watching my stream, look at all the lightning strikes being detected. Or not even within, not within the eye itself, but look at, like they're scattered about.
Definitely. I think there has been a bit of a decrease in the eye wall lightning, which is probably the first indication that shear is going to start impacting it here soon, which is to be expected. Honestly, the fact that this thing has hung on for as long as it has is crazy. We were a day ago expecting shear to start impacting it probably earlier than now, and it's still cranking. So
It's the barrel that wants to barrel right through the shear is what it wants to do. Yeah. Negative 110 Fahrenheit cloud temperatures. It's not in Celsius, which is in the negative 70, negative 75 range. Fahrenheit, it's going to be seem a lot lower because it's in Fahrenheit. Yeah. Let's get to questions, and let's just track this live right now since this is a very intense hurricane still. Oh, and we just got a barrage of lightning just in the eye on the northern side. So
for everybody asking, the U.S. Virgin Islands are comparatively okay right now. Maybe some rainfall and increased winds, but nothing of concern.
if she slows movement, she will expand in every way the eye could double in size. We're not going to worry about that because it's not going to slow down very much. What's the wave heights in the storm, David? Given the fact that it has Category 5 force winds, I would say probably even approaching 40 feet, 45 feet. Actually,
Yeah, I can actually tell you, David, that earlier the National Hurricane Center reported that surf was as high as 44 feet, and that was when it was an 140-mile-per-hour storm.
So it's probably about 47 or 48 feet right now.
I can check that, though. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. But the maximum individual wave height is probably approaching 60 to 70 feet with some of the highest sets. That's the maximum wave height. Some people say it's taking a northern track approach. Gonna turn.
Sorry to interrupt you. Peak seas currently are 42 feet.
Okay. $42 to 47 feet is the range. That's pretty serious. Jamaica is in the crosshairs of this, and this is from Tropical Tidbits, by the way, folks. Very good website at bringing this up or making this possible by the coding that he does. And it does show hurricane force winds getting awfully close to Jamaica right there. You can see it with the rainfall. That is also going to be intense. Look at that. Over Jamaica, very heavy rainfall is anticipated. And also very lopsided here as it passes just to the south. You can definitely see a lot of the rainfall and a lot of the weather will be to the northeast of the system. But look at this feeder band right in here. This feeder band approaching western portion there of Jamaica. Not western, eastern Jamaica. Excuse me there for my my directions. We could see water spouts and possible a brief tornado on land as that band rolls through. We can see we just got new frames in. Yeah, look at that. Some intense rainfall as that band rolls on through. And then, of course, we will have to watch closely for the Cayman Islands. That's a big deal right there. So here is Jamaica. I'm highlighting it on the map so you all can see what I'm exactly talking about. There is Jamaica, and you can see lots of heavy rainfall. Update in 30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes until the update. 30 minutes. I really love the H-Mon, how it wants just a tropical storm to make landfall. Probably a tropical depression even.
It's a little hard to believe.
H-Wharf seems to have done really well, though, but at the same time, the halves A and halves B have done even better. Justin?
Yeah.
Can you explain to me why the halves B wants a 946 millibar landfall on the Yucatan Peninsula in 84 hours?
Could not tell you. Many models have shown actually some re-intensification before the Yucatan, so that's not out of the realm of possibility, I don't think.
But wow, people living on Jamaica, though. Woo! Yeah. Which, by the way, orographic effects on those tall mountains of Jamaica really will squeeze out a lot of the water as much as it can, and it could dump. We could see a couple of feet of rainfall measured in the western Jamaican area. Western Jamaica, boy. And that's what this is showing. 850 millibar winds, definitely hurricane force in the higher terrain there of Jamaica on the halves B, which is probably our most likely scenario given how accurate they have done according to the NHC. So we're going to use these models more than the HWRF, which still show hurricane force winds there, definitely. It is about 345 miles from the southern tip of the Dominican Republic. It is drifting north, someone said. So now, my question to some of you in the chat, but especially you, Ethan, and you, Justin, do you think Beryl is strong enough to deflect any of the shear, or at least limit its intensity of the shear ingesting into the storm? Down the line, like within the next day or two.
I mean, I don't think storm intensity is going to make much of a difference in what shear is going to do to it. I think storm size and organization tends to play a bigger role than storm strength.
Okay.
So no, I don't think it's going to be able to like deflect the shear, but I think it could hang on for a bit longer than most storms, just given how organized it is.
Makes sense. All right, we got a new drop zone in the center of the system. The pressure remains unchanged from the fourth pass through the center, still at 939 millibars. So that's the drop zone, but the extrapolated was 131.
That makes sense. It's probably beginning to peak now, finally.
Justin, you might want to look at the latest infrared. There is almost negative 80 Celsius beginning to pop up on the northern and eastern sides, and is actually quickly wrapping around. I am not kidding.
Yeah, I definitely see that. My biggest takeaway from the infrared, though, believe it or not, is actually the banding to the north and or to the northeast and to the east, just generally, of the storm. There's been a huge increase in banding around the storm recently. If you play the loop just like longer than just the meso floater, you can see that it almost became like an annular type hurricane. And then right when it started to take on annular characteristics, it decided to change its mind, and that banding went crazy really quickly.
I do see that. Yeah, definitely. It's like a hurricane that transforms itself.
Yeah, very interesting.
But those cloud tops, boy, they are cold on the southeastern, eastern, and northern sides, I meant.
Oh, absolutely. At the time of some really deep convection.
And the eye temperature now is up to almost 70 degrees again. So that eye has warmed up a little bit.
Why is it banding so hard? I mean, I couldn't tell you. I guess, like, it definitely has increased its organization and its outflow. A lot of that banding is centered to the east of the storm, which would make sense given the shear is a more westerly component. But I mean, the storm is just really organized, and organized storms tend to have a lot of banding and outflow channels, so.
Oh, we're seeing a new burst of deep convection now. Some banding, wrapping. Yep, we're starting to see some thunderstorm activity on the western side. We're seeing a little bit of an explosion here of deep convection. It is a monster. Oh, yeah. This is a monster. You bet it's a monster. For those people that are watching, hit the like button, folks. We are almost at 500 likes. And also share this live stream with your family and friends on social media. And just for some stats, not related to the hurricane, we are about almost 50 subs away from 22,000. So you guys are just beyond phenomenal. very supportive of the channel, and I greatly appreciate a lot of the support for the work that I do. Even when I'm not at my second job, I got so distracted, we had to come home and do this again. And I had a feeling that's what we were going to do. So, you guys are awesome. But wow.
Absolutely.
This is becoming more symmetrical again, Justin.
Yeah, it's been rather symmetrical throughout the whole day today. There was one period earlier in the afternoon when it kind of fell apart, but then it really just decided to get its act together. I mean, this storm is crazy. I was noting earlier, actually, just to put it into perspective how crazy it is. You know, we have all of our 8 records, but just besides those 8 records, this storm has actually reached or gotten really close to reaching its theoretical maximum potential, which is something you really do not see ever in hurricanes.
Oh my gosh. Huge barrage of lightning. Huge barrage of lightning just blew up surrounding the western eye wall, southwestern and northeastern eye walls. Huge uptick in lightning activity.
Yeah, I do see that. That deep convection looks to be the culprit.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, yeah, the lightning really increased on that.
Incredible. And the eye has begun to dry out again. Like, pretty substantially, actually.
Gosh, yes. Oh yeah. There's actually deep orange on the, if you go to the low-level water vapor imagery, Ethan, or if you look at my stream, look at how dry and warm that eye is. I mean, that is really dry.
Yes, it is. That's really incredible to see on there, just to get that perspective on it. That's a really well-defined eyeball. Really well-defined eye in general.
And the
Also,
fact that it's maintained that status the whole day is crazy.
and not only that, the eye might be growing a little bit, might be expanding just a hair, according to this.
I think that was because of the tilt of the satellite, if I'm gonna be real, because I thought that too, and then I looked deeper into it, and it almost more just looks like the tilt of the satellite changed.
I'm going to look at it right now to see if the eye did expand. No, it's about the same size. Something gives me that look that it looks like it did expand. It reminds me of a typhoon. It really does, in the Western Pacific. But no, we're not looking at the Western Pacific. We are actually looking at the Caribbean. Wait till...
Yeah, and it's such an early time of the year. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's such an early time of the year. This is really something unprecedented in a number of ways. Justin touched on a lot of those earlier, and it just really puts into perspective how incredible this is.
All right, someone was asking, Evan Bollinger said, David, do you think she could defy models and head more north in the Gulf? Asking for Florida friends. There's no way this is gonna, well, what are your thoughts, Justin? I don't see that happening. It's not gonna happen.
Sorry, I was preoccupied. What was the question?
All right. So, Evan Bollinger asks, David, do you think she could, as in Beryl, could defy models and head more north in the Gulf? Asking for Florida friends.
Yeah, so I've seen a couple of people ask about Florida. I don't see any reason why this should have any appreciable impact in Florida. Whether or not it moves a little bit like north of its track is a question, I guess, because that could be a big difference for Jamaica. But I mean, it would have to change drastically in order to impact Florida, and I just don't see that happening. So I don't really think you have much to worry about in Florida with this storm.
Now, later in the season, that's a different story. That's a different story for later in the season. All right, Texas. So right now, what we do know tonight is that if we go to our super blend models, again, I'm going to use the super blend. I'm not using one specific model for many reasons. Oh yeah, by the way, for your information, Justin, the HAVSB wants us to reach 180 miles an hour in about 18 hours. 180 miles an hour in about 18 hours.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Coming from the HAVSB, we'll see about that. Briefly, though, I think it's like a little glitch or something, but still. All right, so what I'm going to do here, we're going to bring up our super blend. The super blend of all. So as we do that, this is what it's showing us right now. All right, so this is out to 5 days. This is day 5. This is day 6. And there is a lot of uncertainty, folks. I mean, this could still theoretically impact the southern portion there of Belize versus, look at some of the models even bring this into the northern Yucatan. So there is a huge spread here in the track guidance with only one member bringing that through the Big Bend of Florida. So I know a lot of you are like, oh, is this going to impact me in Texas? Please let me know, David. It's very hard to say right now because even look at this, even at days 7, look at how big this ellipse is. That's why the NHC cone is so huge for a reason. It's pretty big. We do know, though, for a fact, it is going to possibly be somewhere in the Bay of Campeche in the Gulf of Mexico within the next 5 to 6 days. Into Texas, we still do not have an answer tonight. I wish I could be a psychic and I know everything, but I don't.
Yeah, if y'all are in Texas, though, it is definitely worth keeping an eye on it. I will say, unofficially, some of the models have definitely trended. I see some of y'all saying some, like, models have trended a bit north. That is accurate with what I've seen. Some of the models have trended the track of the system a little bit further to the north and to the east in the Gulf. Again, for those asking about Florida, it's not even close to Florida, but Texas could have some impacts from this if those trends continue.
Yeah, another thing that I'd like to point out here, if anyone can hear me very well, the track that we see with the National Hurricane Center, the cone of uncertainty as it's called, that tracks where the center of the system is expected to come.
Okay, Dustin, can you mute really? Because you're typing the, there. All right, go ahead, Ethan. Explain what the cone is.
Yeah, the cone of uncertainty is the expected track of the core of the system. And that
Sorry to interrupt you, Ethan. I'm very sorry. We have the new NHC advisory, and it is now 165 miles per hour and 935 millibars.
Are you serious? Are you freaking serious?
I am very serious.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is still intensifying.
Yeah, this is insane.
Wow.
Oh, dude, it's stronger than Emily now. It is stronger than Emily.
Yeah, this does another record, guys. We're up to 9. Now it is the strongest July hurricane too.
I'm waiting for that advisory on my end. I have still not gotten it yet. But it is 165 on the thing. 165. That is incredible. Holy cow.
That truly is. That is insane.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and the convection. I'm sorry for my reaction, folks. It's just, it keeps on going higher and higher and higher. I mean, keep in mind, this is for you, Justin. This is for you, Ethan. From this afternoon, or from this morning, well, roughly after the ERC completed, winds have increased by 15 miles an hour. So technically, it is on a quick intensification rate, perhaps rapid, if you think about it in some sense.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible that this is happening. That's the only way to put it.
Can you guys hear them? Can you guys? Yeah. Can you guys hear them just fine? I hope so.
No, they cannot. We've gotten multiple reports of bad audio on both of us.
Yeah, I'm also listening to the stream on my end, and Ethan and I are both constantly cutting out.
All right. What I'm gonna have to do is turn down the sensitivity on the mic then. Just for, you might hear my air conditioner, folks, but we are gonna have to do that because, yep, my computer's sound card likes to mess everything up. So you're probably going to hear some white noise in the back, probably my air conditioner running. So it's, yeah. You'll probably hear me breathing well, not hear me breathing, but you know, it'll pick up little things. So I hope that fixed it.
Can you guys hear us better now?
Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Let us know.
Yeah, it's a bit better. Ethan and I both sound like we are talking through a microwave, but like, it's better than it was.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I am really loud. I promise I am not screaming into the mic, guys. I don't know what is going on, but...
Audio problems.
Alright, so, for those people that are watching, I am very, very sorry about this. It doesn't have to be this way, but my computer, as you all know, you've been here for the last couple of days, I don't know if it's a sound card issue with my computer, where the audio cuts in and it cuts out, and it's really annoying. And I thought the person with Windows, because I contacted them last night about it. Yes, Justin, you were there for it, and that did not seem to help at all. So probably the next thing, once this hurricane is done, is I'm gonna probably have to take this to a computer place and figure out what the heck is going on with the sound card, or if I might need a new sound card, because it could be corrupted or possibly getting damaged. And it could be because of this hot weather as well.
Can we get the iPad working? Did that work yesterday? I don't know what you even did with that.
The iPad works, yeah. It's, well, I'm using it right now.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm so loud. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, well, on my end, if you guys talk, you're only hitting the upper yellow limit on the thing, on the audio. Let me turn it down a little bit. Let's see if that fixes it.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about mine too much, because I'm going to have to be headed out here in a couple minutes anyway.
Well, yeah, since we got the new update from the NHC, so we are at 165 miles an hour. That is absolutely astounding. Ah, man, dude.
Yes, it is. It just adds in another historic component to this incredible and historic system we're seeing.
It only needs 5 more miles an hour to become 170, like what some of the latest HAVS A and B models are showing.
Absolutely. Maybe it's making a run for that.
And before you have to go here in a little bit, Ethan, I want to make it clear to you too, Justin. We have negative 78-degree cloud tops orbiting around the entire eye of Beryl right now. The entire eye.
Wow. Yeah. The signature of a really organized hurricane, when that deep convection is completely encircling the center of low pressure.
And the eye temperature continues to warm up, now at 60. Potential temperatures about 63, 64 to about 70 degrees. And there's a solid ring of negative 105 degree Fahrenheit cloud tops completely encircling the eye itself. Completely encircling it.
Yeah, absolutely. That is incredible.
All right, so either update or revert your driver. We did that, you all. I did an update to the driver. I even defragged my hard drive, and it did not help at all. So it's probably a sound card issue that I might need to get a new sound card, which hopefully those are not too expensive to buy. But I'll probably take it to a computer place to have them check it out, or I'll simply have to buy a new sound card. Hopefully I know how to put one in though. By the way, if you guys are liking the stream, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, and share this live stream with your family and friends on social media. And it is important, hit the bell icon, all right, to where it says all notifications, not just a few, all notifications, so you get updates when I go live or when I upload a video. Because I do upload videos too, I just haven't done it lately because this has been such a big storm.
Yes, indeed. Also, briefly want to address Evan Bullinger, your question here about why this thing is so strong. There's a lot of factors, but namely, the sea surface temperatures have been incredibly warm, much above normal and historic, I believe, in some places, which adds a lot of energy. These hurricanes are heat engines. They derive energy from those really warm and moist ocean conditions, and that can allow them to grow into these really strong storms, especially since the upper level environment at this time is not providing enough wind shear to really tear it up. So it's just allowed to go.
Which, by the way, Ethan, this is going to be moving over a patch. Very important. It's going to be moving over a patch within the next, say, 12 or so hours, over a patch of upper ocean heat content to about 175 units. So you know how it goes from 0 to 150, Ethan? 175 is off the charts with upper ocean heat content in the Central Caribbean.
Wow. So it's still deriving energy.
Oh, Ethan, it's going to drive a lot of energy. And to be specific, water temperatures downstream of this hurricane are in the mid-80s, 86 degrees to be exact, 86 to 87 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, it's incredible just how warm it is out there.
So we're really going to have to watch this for a while. But I just want to thank you all for being able to make it tonight. I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to go live twice in a day, but I mean, I had to work, and when you work, you got to end something. So I'm glad I'm able to be back here and doing this. So
Absolutely.
I'll be live here for another 30 minutes. So if you guys are just tuning in, welcome to the stream. It's David Schlotthauer. You're joined by Ethan, which is ready to go. He has to head and do something else. And then, of course, Justin is here too. Boy, that profile picture really matches with the hurricane that we're seeing.
Yes, indeed. And as David just said, though, unfortunately I have to be leaving now, but I'm very thankful to have joined you all with this live stream. I'm very thankful for everyone being here watching the stream. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe button because David is going to be providing a lot more coverage on this, the latest information, and we're going to be tracking whatever this does as it heads further toward the west to see how it goes. So I'm really glad to have Justin in here, of course, as well. Very good moderator, very good on hurricane information. So thank you all, and thank you for allowing me on here.
Thank you, Ethan. You're awesome. All right, so
All right, have a good night.
have a good night. So we're going to be here for a little while longer, answering your guys' questions, along with Justin in the chat here, as well as on the Discord. David's the man. I agree. I am the man. The man.
You know, when I joined the call tonight to begin with, my audio was good. I don't know what went wrong, but... Oh, it's actually much better now. Whatever you did worked.
I turned it down a little bit, probably. That's why.
Yeah, it's much better.
As long as they could hear you just fine, that's important. And I want to say thank you all that were able to make it tonight. You're taking your time out of your day to watch me. That's what, you know, that means I'm very important. You know, you guys see me as a very important person, and I see you guys as a very important person because yes, we do have people, you living on Jamaica, and people living on the Cayman Islands, and people living in the Yucatan. So
Absolutely.
So we are here live for one reason, and that's to convey the information that we get from recon data, from the NHC, from satellite data. And yeah, it's as simple as looking at one image that can change everything. And that's what we're seeing right now. Lots of lightning, Justin, really blossoming out on the system, according to Radar Omega. And when we bring up Radar Omega, it is insane. Oh
It
my
definitely is.
golly word, yeah, that lightning really perked up. In fact, if we zoom in just on the eye itself, let's zoom in. There is 49 lightning strikes, Justin, and if we look, at the previous, let me bring up, come on, there we go. Yeah, so the number is going up, Justin. Literally a few scans ago, we were only looking at like 9 lightning strikes per 15 minutes. Then we went up to 31. Now we're up to 50 lightning strikes per 15 minutes.
Wow, that's absolutely crazy. Somebody asked about the track of this system. So as of right now, it is moving to the northwest at, I believe, 22 miles per hour. In the next couple of days, it's going to be coming closer to the Jamaican island, where it is expected to make some significant impacts on the island, whether that be via a direct landfall or if it just skirts to the south of the island. Regardless, we're going to probably be seeing hurricane force winds, some really heavy rainfall, and a decent amount of flooding. After that, it's expected to continue weakening. However, more uncertainty exists past the Jamaican island impacts, and that's when it's going to inch closer to the Yucatan Peninsula. When it hits the Yucatan Peninsula, it's expected to be a Category 1 hurricane. We can't rule out something a little bit stronger. It's then going to weaken because it's going to move over the Yucatan Peninsula, and as we know, when hurricanes move over land, they weaken. It's then going to enter either the Bay of Campeche or the Gulf of Mexico. When it does that, a lot of uncertainty exists, whether it pulls a little bit to the north and heads towards the southern United States, or if it pulls a little bit to the west and heads towards the country Mexico. That's something that we don't know yet. However, regardless, it's not expected to be anything even close to this intensity at that point, but impacts to either Texas or Louisiana will have to be monitored in the coming days.
And for reference, this is a track of the hurricane right here, as what Justin was iterating to. So I'm going to play this through so you all can see where it's going to be moving through. That's the hurricane force winds in the low levels of the atmosphere. You know, you translate that to the surface, and that's pretty much what you got. So as far out as this model goes is for a reason. This is not a 7-day model because we don't know where this is going to be in 7 days. All we know is where it might be when it gets to the Yucatan. And right now, possibly northern Belize and the northern Yucatan, where Cancun is where we think this is going to go. And yes, you can see as this animation rolls, you can see where it's going to go. And again, regardless of where it's going to go, there will be impacts because this is a very intense hurricane. As you saw from the National Hurricane Center, it's 165. It didn't have to get this way, but the hurricane has a mind of its own, and that's where we stand as of right now. Then the lightning continues to intensify on the eye. So as long as that continues, we're going to have this hurricane continue to possibly intensify, which it clearly is, evidently, from the National Hurricane Center. 2 advisories ago, this was only 150 miles an hour. Wait. Yeah, 150. Then it went 155. Then it went 165. Something like that. So that's the 10th record, Justin, right? 9th or 10th that we have out of this.
This would be the 9th record. I'm sure there are some smaller records that it's made, but from the more significant records that I've seen, we're up to 9.
Wow. We're starting to get some banding as well, Justin, on the western side of the system too. Starting to see some of the convective elements start to grow as well. So, yeah, this remains a very intense hurricane. Oh, by the way, Justin, the eye temperature right now is 72 degrees. 72 degrees right now.
Pretty crazy considering it's night.
Yeah. And we have negative 110 degree Fahrenheit cloud tops surrounding most of the eye right now, except the southern end where it's at about negative 100. Sugar Rush, how are you doing? Welcome. We got a check mark in the chat, Justin, which means a VIP.
Welcome to the stream.
So, will it go to Florida? No, it's not going to hit Florida because if we look at our super blend model, only one member, folks, only one member, including you, Sugar Rush, it impacting Western Florida. Only one member out of dozens. So the answer is No, there's a 0.05% chance that it's going to hit there.
The new spaghetti models will be coming out in the next couple of hours, his and her creations.
Wow, that eye really has cooled, or not cooled. The eye wall has gotten more intense and cooler. Cooler as in like colder, like.
David, you might want to turn me down a little bit more. I'm still pretty loud.
Okay. Now talk now.
How are we all doing tonight?
Should be fine. How wide is the hurricane? Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's much better.
All right. So right now, the cloud field, the shield, what we call the CDO, expands at least 90 miles out from the center, with the eye diameter being about 10 miles in diameter, 10 to 11 miles. So it's pretty stable. And you can see the eye really not unstable, not even wobbling, Justin, at all.
For sure. Somebody asked, I heard this hurricane is very compact. Yeah, comparatively to some of the other hurricanes, especially Category 5 hurricanes that we've seen, this one is pretty small, actually. Its core is really compact, and what that means is that it can actually intensify really quickly. However, that also has a negative side to it because shear and dry air impact storms a lot easier when they're smaller and when their cores are small and easily disruptible. When they're bigger and when they're more significant and intense and stable, they don't get disrupted as easily. However, this core is incredibly strong. Throughout the entire day today, it has maintained its structure and its intensity, and that's something that you just very rarely see.
Yeah, you can see too, you all, on the satellite, you can see how that has evolved. You go to here. Joe Tepper, welcome to Category 5 membership. I do appreciate that very much. I'm just trying to figure out if I can get the extension to the satellite. Probably not. But here's how it all evolved.
Yes, so somebody asked, even if this weakens to a Cat 3 or low-end Cat 4, if it increases in size, could that be a bigger issue for Jamaica? And the answer to that is pretty much yes, right? So when we see storms become larger, the impacts are spread across a larger area, and that also increases storm surge because you have that duration of those impacts for so much longer of a period. So yeah, larger storms tend to have larger impacts, even if they're slightly weaker.
Wow, look how this all evolved. Justin, look at my screen.
Crazy.
I'm gonna probably have to make an animation on this. Or make just like a quick little short on it. Like a YouTube Shorts.
Somebody asked about its impacts for South Texas and Houston, Texas. Just to quickly answer that for y'all. What we know right now is that the storm is expected to to cross the Yucatan Peninsula later this week. After that, it's going to move into the Gulf of Mexico or Bay of Campeche. After that period, we don't know where it's really going to go definitively. It would be irresponsible on our end to say that it's going to directly impact Texas, mainly because the model spread that we have right now is just so incredibly large. So it could be anything from an impact to western Louisiana or a complete miss to the United States. So right now, anything's really in the cards from, I would say, western Louisiana, Texas border down to Mexico. However, it's important to note that by the time the hurricane gets there, it's going to be much weaker, probably not even a hurricane, probably a tropical storm at that point.
Well, we all know what tropical storms could do. Wind speed really won't matter a whole lot. It's going to be, does this have a lot of moisture associated with it? Remember how Alberto evolved. Lots of rain with that one, and it was only a tropical storm. What is steering it? So what is steering the hurricane is a big ridge to the north. So what we have right now is, well, we have this ridge that is over here. We have another ridge that's pretty much over the northern Gulf into the southeast. The system's moving towards a weakness in this ridge, but once this ridge in the southeast is able to move actually more into the southeast and off the Georgia coast, the system will actually get trapped underneath, and the system will likely be able to bend back in this general direction and head towards the Yucatan and into the Bay of Campeche. And that's, again, this could defy a lot, though. I mean, this, as long as this remains as intense as it is, this could get much closer to, say, portions of Hispaniola and maybe towards Jamaica than what models are currently estimating.
For sure. Somebody asked about the storm surge to Jamaica. That's a great question. We know storm surge can be one of the biggest killers in hurricanes. Currently, the National Hurricane Center, who are the experts of the experts, they are the best of the best at the job. They currently are forecasting 3 to 5 feet above normal sea level and normal tide.
Which is really high, but boy, if this was a Hurricane Justin to impact like the Big Bend of Florida, storm surge would be like 25 feet or higher.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference.
Because that's, that's a big bend. That's like the estuary. But still, 5 feet is going to cause a lot of problems. And this is the 3D, folks, on the system, and look what we have going on right now. Just a lot of beautifulness to the 3D dimensional spectacle here. And as we zoom in, this is what it looks like from a distance. And let's zoom in a little bit more. And you can see it right there, taking a big, like a tornado. And it does look like a tornado right there.
It does. Just quickly, Cactus C is asking, what is the wind and could it get stronger? The wind currently is at 165 miles per hour, which is a Category 5 hurricane, and it is very intense. That is not something that you see very often. Usually not even something you see every year. It's a very rare event, especially in July. Absolutely insane. Could it get stronger? Probably not. It is possible. That was noted in the National Hurricane Center discussion. However, some westerly shear is going to begin to disrupt it within 6 hours. Another question people have is, once it enters the Gulf of Mexico, could it re-strengthen? I've kind of answered this a few times already, but I'm just going to quickly get it again so that we can stop getting this question. Yes, it's possible that it will re-strengthen in the Gulf. Some of the models do show that. However, conditions in the Gulf are not particularly impressive by any means. There's going to be quite a bit of shear. There's going to be a bit of dry air, and ocean heat content in that portion of the Gulf is not overly impressive. It's definitely above average, but it's nothing like it is here. So while some re-strengthening is possible, nothing even close to this intensity is remotely likely.
Yeah, good way of explaining that, Justin. For the 1,500 people that are watching, if you guys are loving the updates that we're giving you, any questions that you guys have, we're keeping an eye on this hurricane for a little while longer. Hit that like button. We're up to 700 likes nearly, so we could do this again where we hit 1,000 likes, and I do appreciate that, folks, because our job is to answer your questions, but also to give out that forecast that you all need. All right. And if I didn't cover Jamaica well enough, I will cover it a bit better. All right. Good night, Chase Bank. The Chase Bank is closed and will reopen tomorrow. Which, I gave him a nickname, Justin. Chase. Get it, Chase? Bank?
I like the bank. Manessa Webb asked, where's the other hurricane? Currently, there is no other hurricane. This is the only tropical cyclone ongoing.
Also, Joe Tepper, can you cover the Cayman Islands too? Yes. I will probably be live every day on this. I will be live on this every day. I just don't know how I'm going to do it on 4th of July. Well, 4th of July, it will be over the Yucatan, so I'll probably have a day off that day, but for sure I will be covering it tomorrow, Wednesday for sure. Well, today, for a lot of you on across the East, I will be covering it, probably doing another live stream, probably at 11:30 in the morning. We'll have to schedule that one. And again, because of work, it's not going to be a very long stream, probably about 2 or 3 hours, but I will be able to go live again, and then I won't be able to go live at all tomorrow night because I'll be working until midnight. Yes, work was nice. I was off at 7:30 or 7:45 tonight, so I was able to get this out, but tomorrow night and Wednesday night, so Tuesday night and Wednesday night, I will be working until midnight, and I won't be home until about, of course, 12:15, and by that time I'll be really tired and want to go to bed. But each morning or early afternoon, I will be able to stream live on this briefly. So I will have an update out every single day on this, even so I work in the afternoon.
Somebody asked, how far is this currently from the Jamaican islands? And just to go off of that question as well, another person asked, where is this currently located? It is located in the open Caribbean Sea. Let me get your longitude and latitude real quick. Hold up 1 second. I'll get back to you on that. However, it is 730 miles away from the Jamaican island right now, and it is pretty much in the open Caribbean Sea. I'm trying to find the latitude and longitude. Here we go. Okay, it is latitude 14.2 degrees north and longitude 65.8 degrees west, moving to the west-northwest at 22 miles per hour, 730 miles per hour. Oh my god, 730 miles away from Jamaica.
Yeah, I'm getting the same thing. It's about 727 miles away on my end on Zoom Earth. Via Zoom Earth, you can measure how far things are away. And then it is 275 miles south of Puerto Rico, and it is about 428 miles, about 430 miles away from the southern tip of Hispaniola, right there, the Dominican Republic area. Just for your coordinates, that's what we have for you. So yeah, just for reference too, here are the Windward Islands, right here. That's where the hurricane passed through this morning. Here are the Greater Antilles up here, like Puerto Rico, and then Jamaica is over here. So this is pretty much in the central eastern Caribbean as we speak.
Yep. Ricardo asked, no, not Ricardo, Dane asked, can the hurricane hit Jamaica at Cat 5? The answer to that is we don't know, but I would say, without a doubt, no. Because we are about to see quite a bit of westerly shear impact this storm. And as David perfectly explained earlier, shear basically undercuts the system and does not allow it to strengthen, cuts off its outflow, and just is a total mess for tropical cyclones. And we're about to see 30, if not more, knots than that about to impact it. So that's going to make a big difference for this storm. So it's going to weaken before it hits Jamaica. However, it's going to remain a significant and potentially deadly tropical cyclone.
Yeah, and by the way, Justin, the eye, so I'm sampling the eye right now. It continues to warm, now between 71 to 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Man, I wish we can get recon in there again. I'm very much wondering about what recon, how strong this might be when they fly in there again. They really need to do it. They really need to do it right now.
They absolutely do. That would be amazing. I believe somebody asked, when is it expected to hit Jamaica? The response to that is in the chat. Somebody said Wednesday. That is about accurate. 36 to 48 hours before it impacts Jamaica.
Oh, Justin, we just got a new update on the total ACE accumulation. Want to know what the average is this time of the year?
What?
3.33. But you want to know how many ACE points we are right now, as of today?
What?
12.75.
Crazy.
Which means this season right now, based on where we're at, this is ranked number 4. So the fourth hyper active, the fourth most ACE points on record for this time of the year. I don't think it's the most active. I don't see any years that are aligned with that, but still really high ACE producing. And we're going to add more ACE points to this. Probably going to breach 21 in no time. So this could end up being the most active start to the hurricane season in July ever on record because of our ACE points that we are seeing. If you can,
Unbelievable.
I know, with just one storm, and if we draw a line directly. Let's just say if we do not get any more named storm, well, it's going to go up. So let's just say we end up here eventually. If we don't get one more named storm, Justin, until August the 25th, that's average. So if we stay level with ACE points and we don't get any more named storms, that's level. So that means we would still be average or above average even in early August. As far as
crazy.
Yeah. Versus
For those, go ahead.
No, you can go. Yeah.
For those asking how strong is it going to be on Wednesday when it passes by the Jamaican Islands, I will say this once again. The National Hurricane Center anticipates that it will be a Category 2 or Category 3 hurricane. There's potential for it to be a bit stronger than that. That will be something that is to be determined, but officially it's expected to be Cat 2 to Cat 3.
What's up with 1951 and 1966? I don't know. Ask Cyclonic WX about that. I mean, I'm just getting what they're giving me right here. I mean, Yeah, I mean, we're the fourth. We're in fourth place right now. Man, we were in 14th place yesterday, the day before. This updates once a day. I could imagine us probably going up to at least the top two or the third mark as far as ace points. That is incredible, though.
How strong will it be when it hits the Yucatan? Once again, the National Hurricane Center, who are the best of the best in this business, expect it to be a Category 1, maybe a low-end Category 2 when it hits the Yucatan Peninsula. We don't know how strong it's going to be. We can't time travel. I wish we could, guys. I'm so sorry. However, some models do show a bit of re-strengthening before it impacts the Yucatan Peninsula, but officially Category 1 to Category 2, which is substantial.
Quite a bit of re-strengthening. Boy, that's 946 when it makes landfall in the Yucatan. It goes from like 972 back down to 946 at landfall.
Yeah, I think some re-strengthening is probable.
And that's from the halves B, which has done well, Justin. Which has done well.
It has.
All right, A. Alani says, would it hit Texas? Again, there is a non-zero chance of it hitting Texas, southern Texas at most. I do not see this hitting other areas. Texas seems to be the greater chances in the United States to possibly get another landfall. Well, no, wait, no. Because we haven't had one yet. Just in Mexico. You get the idea.
Yeah, it is important to note David is completely accurate in saying that it's a non-zero chance because, like, there's so much uncertainty that far out. However, models are trending a bit north, so a Texas impact definitely cannot be ruled out right now. But it's very important that we emphasize that it will not be even close to this strength by the time it impacts the state, if it impacts the state.
Also, if you guys are enjoying the stream, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and share this live stream with your family and friends on social media. You guys are doing awesome. And I do want to announce we are up to now 22,000 subs, so thank you all for the support. I do appreciate it. Can you show the shear on the satellite? Sure. So,
Just one. Oh, go ahead.
So the shear, shear is a direction and speed change with height. So you can't visually see it with color, but you can see the clouds. Look at the cirrus clouds are coming in out of the southerly direction. You know, the filaments, and then the low level flow is actually coming in out of the west easterly direction. So your upper level flow is cross-secting then, and that's how you get that westerly shear. Boy, Justin, this is a buzzsaw look on satellite. This is super symmetrical again. Super symmetrical. You there?
I am. I'm just typing something and don't want the whole stream to hear me typing.
Oh. I would say the halves in this situation. His hand. I agree. Yeah, we both are not degree meteorologists, but we know our stuff. We know our stuff. I promise you, we know our stuff really well. The icon, what? The icon has it going to New Orleans. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my, Justin, look at the icon. Oh my gosh, dude.
Let's see the past run though. Go to the 12Z run.
12Z.
Just curious.
Oh, hold on. Let's... 957 millibars, by the way, in the Western Gulf. And then the 0Z has a 960, 959 millibar system hitting Louisiana.
Yeah, so the reason I asked David to show the 12Z guidance of the icon is because for all of you noting that the 0Z icon impacts New Orleans. While at face value that would be a grim scenario for the state of Louisiana and for the city of New Orleans, the run right before that had the storm several hundred miles to the west and not even impacting the United States. So there's a large amount of uncertainty in this time frame. Due to the range that this is, and we can't be going off of one model run. Every model run is going to be different from the last until we get closer to this, and a major hurricane impacting New Orleans is so incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, I'm not... Why am I even showing the icon in the first place? I'm not even going to show that. I mean... You guys look at... Hey, why don't you do me a favor? You look at it on your own time. Look at it on your own time. I'm not going to have to stare at that because there's like a 1% or less chance of that occurring. Which you don't hear the NHC or these other degree meteorologists using the icon very often. You hear them say the GFS and the Euro, which is the ECMWF, because they are truly more accurate on average than the icon. Not saying that the icon is incorrect, but you just cannot, I mean, you don't, yeah.
David Johnson asked if hurricanes will be more favorable in August, and the obvious answer to that is yes. Climatology is the biggest thing that we have. I'm sure David will go much more into this after I'm done talking, but basically the peak hurricane season is late August into pretty much all of September. Given we're seeing a Category 5 in July, it goes without saying that what we could be seeing in peak hurricane season could be extraordinarily active in terms of intensity and frequency. Climatology, it's the most favored period. There's less shear, there's much less dry air. Thermodynamics are much more favorable for rapid intensification. And of course, the biggest thing we all have is the sea surface temperatures, which are highest during that period. So yes, the easy answer to that question is there will be more hurricanes in August.
Mainly in late August and really in early to mid-September, yeah. I can predict the odds of a major hurricane or a hurricane occurring on September 10th is much higher than predicting a major hurricane on July the 10th. Okay? That's because climatology. I mean, if we go to the National Hurricane Center and go to their climatology webinar here, you can see. Look at, I mean, major hurricane on average. For reference, the first major hurricane on average doesn't form until September the 1st. Well, we saw that in late June. We saw that yesterday, right? So when we click on this image, we're right here. We are right here, folks. What does that arrow point to? What does that arrow point to? And look at where we have to go. So, yeah, you can see why this season is going to probably end up being hyperactive. We're not supposed to have a major hurricane, a Category 5, 165 mile an hour winds in the Caribbean. Which, by the way, for you, Justin, a lot of storms do not survive the track through the Caribbean this time of the year because of the trade winds. It's the graveyard of hurricanes, and yet we're seeing a Category 5.
Exactly.
First ACE 300 ACE year. At this point, it is very possible. It is, if we get if we get 4 or 5 more Category 5 we're not going to predict that, but if we get 2 or 3 more Category 5 hurricanes and a few more Category 4s or whatever major hurricanes, and they're long tracked, we're going to have a lot of ACE points this year. But what is going to be very important is how many named storms do we get at the end of the year? And let's just say we have an ACE score of 375 with 30 named storms. Then you could really say, oh yeah, this season was hyperactive for sure. ACE score.
It is worth noting, David. It is worth noting, by the way, that I took a break from looking at the storm for a bit when I did some other things, and I came back, and I'm actually shocked at how it looks. Like, can we acknowledge how good this thing looks right now? It has a completely cooled CDO.
I told
it is
you.
Yep, it's continuing to uniformly cool. It is perfectly symmetrical. Incredible to see this. I mean, the eye is drying and rounding. Just crazy.
I told you that. I thought you were watching this. I guess you weren't then, because... And wow, Justin, we're getting negative 80 Celsius cloud tops on the southern, eastern, northern eye wall, and even now attempting that on the western eye wall.
Yeah, I think D-Max is really helping this thing in just crazy ways.
Let's see the Doverick estimates. Wow, dude. Oh my gosh. Pressure's down to 933 millibars. And the raw T numbers are 7.0. 7.0, which is about 145 to 150 knots.
Unbelievable. Can you send me that in DMs?
This is that. Based on the raw T numbers. I'll send it here in the group call.
Perfect.
I can't send because it's in Word format, so I can't send you that image, but that speaks for itself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the raw T number of 6.9 to 7.0. Is this a record?
It's many.
Yeah. It's many for the records.
Yeah, it's beaten several records at this point, Mr. Donor. David Johnson asked, again about August and September, will there be more storms like Hurricane Category 5 major storms in the Gulf? I can safely say there will probably be more major hurricanes. Whether or not those will be Category 5 intensity, we'll see. It would be impossible for me to tell you that right now. Again, I can't time travel. It'd be awesome if I could. But there will be more hurricanes and likely more major hurricanes, yeah.
All right, let's see here. David, when is the next recon mission? The next recon mission is in an hour and 16 minutes. But again, I will be sleeping. If I could even sleep, maybe I won't. But I am going to try to get some rest because I've got a long day tomorrow, not just with work at a different place, but work here for you all on YouTube. So, 2 jobs tomorrow. And my day is probably going to get started at like 9 in the morning or 8 in the morning. Are there water spouts that can form? Yes. Oh, definitely. Yeah, this is very symmetrical, Justin. There is... I cannot explain it more often than not. This is just unbelievable. What's my other job? I work at a grocery store. Yes, I talk to you guys as customers. You guys are my customers now. You are my viewers, you are my customers. And I help do a lot there, so... New to this, what a interesting YouTube channel profile. New to this, you're new to what? You're new to this. This is the new norm. Cat 6 will be introduced soon, next year. Mike P has said that. So, Justin, what are your thoughts about that? Category 6, I don't know.
Nah.
I work at a nuclear power plant. Oh gosh. I would not want to work there just because radiation, if something like nuclear stuff, you know. We're up to 800 likes, folks. 800 likes. Feels like I've been live for 3 hours, but we've only been live for 2.5, so... Yeah, super round eye, that's most definitely. It's a whirlpool as well. There's a lot of panic in Jamaica right now. Oh gosh, Justin.
You know, if you look on infrared, you can kind of see a face.
What?
Yeah, it kind of has like a little face.
Where?
It has like 2 little teeth. It's smiling a little.
I
It's
don't
got
know.
its eye.
Can you send me that where you're seeing this? Because I'm not seeing it.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh my gosh, this hurricane. It actually has a personality. It actually has a personality. Infrared always looks demonic. I see a puppy. What I do see is I see an eye here, I see an eye here, I see a mouth here. No, that's actually the nose. And then here is... Maybe that's what Justin's pointing to. Let me see what he has sent. Oh, he hasn't sent anything yet. Where's that image, Justin?
Okay, you have to look closely, but you can see a face. I'm telling you, I'm not crazy.
Oh, it's sideways.
chat, I'm not crazy, right? Like, there's a face.
I'm not seeing that still.
I'm telling you.
What I'm seeing, what I did see earlier is just for a couple of frames, there are two eyes up here that I did see. An eye here, an eye here, the nose here, and then two teeth, and then a smiley face right down here.
That's what I see.
Maybe, okay, because then you maybe turn the image a little bit different. Justin, this hurricane has a personality.
Yeah. Hurricanes do often, like, show faces, by the way. They look like little skulls on infrared imagery. That does happen, and that is what's happening here.
If it has if this one is showing its demonic presence, oh, this has a mind of its own. Will Beryl stay as a major hurricane? Most certainly when it approaches Jamaica, that's what the NHC indicates. A Category 3 hurricane or greater. Could it be a Category 4? That is to be announced. And then Bollinger just said, Justin, that NHC just declared a Cat 6.2. Wow. What are you talking?
I don't even know what that means.
There is no Category 6.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Let me give you guys this question. Since this has a personality, who wants to be this hurricane? In chat. Since you guys are making up your own category terms, who wants to be named this hurricane? It's Beryl, but I do. Okay, Jack keeps on saying that's fairly obvious. No, it's not the wrong name. Since it has a face, why don't we give it our own name? Actually, you know what? Since Justin discovered the face first, you can call it Justin the Cane. Or we can... Ashton says Queen Bee, so it could be Ashton the Cane. I love you guys. I just love you guys. You guys make me laugh in chat. You guys do. Beryl is a female name. Alright, so it's got to be a female person then. Your names are all jumbled. Wow, Justin!
Yes.
We have 60 to 80 lightning strikes happening in the eye wall right now. 60 to 80 lightning strikes.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the more impressive looks the storm has had throughout its entire life. Which makes absolutely no sense since it should be beginning to weaken, but 2024.
Yeah, we have a lot of lightning going on in the eye. This is not, it's probably stronger. It's probably intensifying further. It's probably strengthening a little further. Which makes sense because that's what the
eye is drier than it ever has been right now, I think.
Yeah. That's what the halves A and halves B show. It does show a peak intensity of 170 miles an hour. 170 miles an hour in about the next 3 to 6 hours. So it's not surprising when we get recon in there. You know what? Let me see what time that is. Another hour. Shoot, it is going to be too late. I was going to say, boy, if I did not have to work tomorrow on the 2nd, if I did not have to work on the 2nd, I would probably be streaming this all night and waiting for the recon data. Because I just thought of something that, you know what, if it looks this impressive, I'm going to stay live, but I don't think I am. I do have an excuse to call in sick. It's going to be very hot tomorrow. It's supposed to be 110 here. I could, but I don't think I'm going to. Someone literally said, quit your job. That's kind of what I want to do anyways. I mean, I am by myself doing, well, let me actually see the call sheet. Not going to show that on stream anyways. Let's see here. Tomorrow. Yep. I'm by myself doing carts all day. Yep, in the hot sun. Yep, 110 degree weather. Oh.
Alright, y'all. It is midnight. I am going to be heading off. I gotta be up early tomorrow. So, thank you guys for having me. David, I think you're staying live. So, make sure to stay on the stream, guys. But I'm gonna be heading off for the evening.
Alright, good night, bud.
Good night.
Alright, folks. It's just me and you. Me and you. But I'm going to head off here in about 10 or 15 minutes. This is a Category 5 hurricane. By the way, if you guys have not subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so. You guys are doing really awesome. We're covering this live. Category 5. We have 1,300 people watching this. Unbelievable. In the middle of the night. It's incredible. It's 3 in the morning in Florida. And yeah, it's like, this is amazing. This is a good turnout. I do appreciate this, folks. A lot of people should be sleeping, but you probably have the anxiety like me, where it's like, oh, I can't sleep. You're so rambunctious, you just can't sleep. So I feel that. Sleep is for the weak. At this point, yeah. If your adrenaline is going good, that makes sense. When's the next recon? In the next hour. Right up here it says, so I'll put this in the chat. I'm going to copy this down so you guys can see it word for word. That's what I put. So it is scheduled for 1 hour and 5 minutes from now. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. I forgot to refresh this. This is more like the latest departure time. So that's when it's departing in the next hour. But they're not going to get into that storm. Let me see where they took off from the previous mission. Because if they're close enough, it shouldn't take that long to get there. And maybe I will be very nice to you all, and we will watch this. Okay, so they are taking off out of this island. That's where they're taking off of. So it's not very far. And it is making its closest approach, so I just want to see, though. Yeah, all the planes are taking off out of there, so it shouldn't be too long. It shouldn't be too long. So if they're flying, okay, so they're roughly, so the system's going to be probably over here. Okay, they can get in there in about an hour and a half. But I do need to be in bed by 2 in the morning. Alright, I will be nice enough to you all. I will be very respectful and I will stay up. But I am going to be in bed by 2 in the morning. Maybe 2:15 in the morning. But that's we're going to keep an eye on the structure too. If the structure does not look very, I mean, if it starts breaking down a little bit, which I highly doubt in the next hour. St. Croix they're taking off out of, yeah. Where can people donate? So where you can donate is, it's right up here. So where you can donate is, oh no, that's for, yeah, right down here. You click on this button and then it will, super stickers, and you can send a super sticker or you can send a super chat and you can choose whatever amount you want to do. And that's how that works. Someone did ask that in the chat because some of you are probably wondering about where can I donate, and it's a super chat. I had something set up with PayPal, but it didn't go. There was an issue with the whole transaction process on setting that up. So for now, it's going to have to be directly off of YouTube. I know they do take out some funds. They kind of take out a percentage, but that's the best we're going to have to do for right now. Thank you, Andrew Lee. I do appreciate that. Which, by the way, you want to know a trip about this? You want to know something interesting? So, I worked 2 days on YouTube, technically this morning and now, if you think about it, separating those streams. But what's interesting is I worked 4 hours today at my grocery store, which is half of what is a full shift. And so my drive home and eating dinner was my lunch that I typically get at Safeway, where I work. And then now I'm back at work like I would be until midnight. This is the time I will be off tomorrow night at midnight, but it's going to be too late at that time. And I'm working, yeah. I do appreciate, yeah, I'm working right now. I think I'm the only one live right now on YouTube. If I am, I'm going to literally be like, what the heck? I think I am. And I am. I'm the only one. I am the only one that's live on YouTube on this tropical system. Yeah. I do not think anyone else is live on this. Maybe a news station. Force 13 is live, but I'm talking about people that I deeply follow. And yeah, I'm really the only one in this weather community that is live on this. So you should stay on. I am going to stay on for at least another couple of hours. But in order to do that, David's got to get more water. My mouth is a little dry. I will be back in a split second. Do not go anywhere. I swear, if you guys go anywhere, I'm going to yell at you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to yell at you. Don't worry about that. Stay around. Don't go anywhere. Actually, I'm going to insert an ad, so you might see an ad here. So don't freak out, but I will be back. Yeah, my throat's a little dry, and so is my mouth. Probably not the best idea to not drink water for like the last 3 hours. Yeah, water's really warm here. It's probably what happens when temperatures reach 102 today. 102. Yes. So, hold on, you guys. I'm going to enter a code. And this is for RO Force. So, I'm gonna, render Arrow Force. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run this. While that's playing, I need to enter a code because we are actually going to render Arrow Force. So, Arrow Force request rendering for 07Z 07/02/2024 via 02L Beryl. On Beryl. There you go. Enter. Request. Run. Run started. All right. So I entered that into the system, and you are going to start rendering. All right, 07Z, here we go. All right, so the RO Force is now is going to start rendering, and we should get that model out in the next hour or so. He's going to take an hour to render since he's collecting all the data. So RO Force, keep me updated on each step in the process. Skylark, thank you, David. Keep hydration, hun. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. I will. You know what water this is? It's called viewer water, YouTube water. It's water that is special for me. It's really warm though. I don't like that. I like cold water. I could put some ice, but I don't want to go all the way downstairs and then back up. Yeah. I can call it tropical water. Yes, we do have well water here. By the way, raise your hand in chat if you guys have well water at home. Raise your hand if you have well water at home. If you use a well and a septic tank, I also like cold water. Nice. Here it comes to raise hands. Maybe not. Maybe yes. We have ditch water. You have ditch water? What? I've never really heard. No one laughing out loud. Oh, no. Cute. Potatoes has well water. Nice. Yeah, we're out in the country, so we don't have city water. It's pure from the aquifers below my feet. Pure water has the good minerals. And it tastes good. There's no taste at all. It doesn't taste chlorinated. It tastes really well. Doverac T7. Uh-oh. Why do I always keep on closing Doverac? Let's go to that. Oh, golly word, yes. Yes. It's definitely a Category 5 even on the Doverac. Here are the numbers. I'm going to put those in chat. This is what we just got right now. The raw T numbers are 7.0 though. So this is maintaining intensity. This very much got stronger, especially on satellite estimates. That's incredible. Excuse me. And we are continuing to get lightning sparking throughout the system. Man, that is a very intense hurricane. Wow, dude. It is still getting stronger potentially, yeah. What happened to Beryl while I was gone, though? Aero Force is asking. It is a 165 mile an hour hurricane, Aero Force, with a pressure down to about 932, 931 millibars. 932, 931-ish millibars with 165 mile an hour winds. By the way, everybody, Aero Force, which is a moderator, he is a model. He is a hurricane trained model. And he's getting all the data. So we have 100. So I'm giving him the information. 165 Aero Force. Pressure down to 931 millibars. And we have cloud tops that are at least negative 75 Celsius or negative 110 Fahrenheit. So once he gets that information, he will then run the model based on the atmospheric conditions. And we will get those numbers to you within the next 55 minutes or so. That's so cool. I got a model. I got a hurricane model. I could run a model. Make it really detailed though too, Aero Force. But this is what the H-Wharf. Actually, let's go to the HAVS-B because it seems to be performing the best. So they'll be out there at about 2 in the morning, and they are going to find 170 mile an hour winds potentially. 170 mile an hour winds. That is a concern with this hurricane. HAVS A has this at 161 miles an hour. H-Wharf, 145. Not possible. And then, so it seems like the HAVS A, or the HAVS B is going to be the closest. It has it the strongest. Which means it could still be a 160 mile an hour system by 5 p.m. on Tuesday. I drank all that water quickly. I was thirsty. I was thirsty. Wait, so this is already the highest pressure hurricane ever recorded? I did not even think of that. That I don't know. You'll have to research and do other research about that. It is very much possible. If you brought it up, that means it might be. As in, highest pressure hurricane means the environmental pressure. So yeah, this is a big storm. We are 45 minutes away from the departure of the aircraft. 43 minutes. 43 minutes, folks, before we get some data. Before we start getting some data. And if that's not enough, we can go as far as using Flight Radar 24. Yeah, Flight Radar 24. We can get it live once they take off. And they're going to be taking off out of the... Oh my gosh. The ads are running. So... Oh my gosh. I hate ads. Flight Radar 24. Probably I have to sign in, maybe that's why. But... yeah, we can get some realistic, yeah, we can get real live data. And I'm getting the ads, so I don't think that's a good idea. So, yeah, they're going to take off. And we'll give you that information once they do. And here is the mission identification number and everything, so you guys can see. No, that's the ads in the background on the website. You want to know something strange? This truly has expanded with its CDO as what the halves model showed. Or no, it was a H-Wharf, I think it was. This could make landfall at a category 2 or 3 based on the halves B, which has done pretty well on this system. So that is a really concerning possibility. Is it still intensifying? Probably. The cloud tops have slightly warmed, not by much, but a little bit makes a difference. The eye is well intact, though. It is very well intact. You can see what the eye looked like, and then it got dark. And that's what you see. I am in Jamaica. How does it look for us? So in Jamaica, you're definitely going to get tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force winds are expected according to the National Hurricane Center with a hurricane warning. Yes, hurricane warning in red. Red means stop. Red means warning. And that's what you have. So you have a hurricane warning for Jamaica with a tropical storm warning for the southern Hispaniola, Dominican Republic, Haitian Peninsula. And yeah, that letter M on the screen denotes right there major. M means major. There's three different categories: S, H, and M. S means tropical storm, H means hurricane, and then M means major hurricane. Jamaica, heavy rains and winds are coming your way. Oh, for sure. Actually, you know what? If I bring up the one with the line on it, I think there is one. Yeah, track line. Makes it a little bit better. And then use this. It's the same thing, only there's a line. And you can see where it's going to be moving. And look how close it gets to Jamaica. Really close. I mean, that's uncomfortably close on that forecast. If it strengthens again, I think it will go up to 175 or 180 at max. No, it's not going to hit. It's not going to go 180. Definitely not. It's not in any of the models. I am only seeing a max speed on this of about 170 miles an hour by 5 in the morning. Right in time when the recon aircraft are out there in the storm. So I do not see this becoming a 180 mile an hour category 5. But it is a category 5 regardless, and it is very close to Jamaica at this point in the forecast, which is why we have this. Yeah, Cat 5 wasn't in the models when it first formed, that's for sure. Yeah. It wasn't. It was not at all. The model was completely off on this storm, so it could already have winds gusting up to 196. Wait a second. We have no. I'm telling you, the halves B. If we look at the 18Z run, it did show 198 mile an hour wind gusts. 198 there. So, it is very much producing wind gusts of over 200 miles an hour. Yeah, our eye is 70 degrees right now. That is very warm. That's a very warm eye still. That's a very warm eye. You're very welcome, Max Rami. I do appreciate that. By the way, if you guys are new to the stream and you're enjoying the live coverage, continued live coverage through about 2 in the morning, please subscribe and hit the like button. Oh, I did not realize this. We do have a ship buoy. Ship, S-H-I-P, ship buoy that is reporting on the winds for us. This updates once per hour. So winds are beginning to pick up, and that's going to be important, what this is actually showing. So this is a ship buoy, 85-degree temperatures right now. It is really warm there. Really warm. Actually, if we go back and click on that one more time, let's go to hourly observations and we can see what it's been showing. And so this is some of the highest winds it's gotten already. It is. It's very amazing. This is a very symmetrical system again. It looked a little asymmetrical earlier, but it is. Look at more deep convection firing up around it. Oh my gosh, this system. I'm telling you. Looks like the convection's gone a little cooler again, and it's wrapping. Again, it's doing that on the northern eye wall. Does this have the potential to shift north? It has a very slight possibility. If the halves becomes correct, it should miss Jamaica though. There's a lot of uncertainty still. Or not a lot of uncertainty, but there is some uncertainty exactly where that turn back to the west will occur. If it occurs later than what is forecasted now, then Jamaica could have a direct impact. If it occurs so late, then maybe the Yucatan could get slapped really hard, and then it could pass just to the north of Jamaica. But this eye is so warm right now. 70-degree eye temperature. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And you can definitely see that on the water vapor. Which, by the way, there's your moist pocket right in here. You can see the moist pocket, so this has a lot of moisture surrounding it. There's no dry air at all. Maybe a little bit of drier air here, but like, it is a really moist environment. Really moist. So we're going to have to watch this for another couple of hours to see what that recon will find. So I'm just looking at different atmospheric aspects to this. Yeah, look at this. Look at it. Oh, yeah, you can really see it right here. Look at this outflow. This outflow is actually intensifying. And strangely, that's what we have been seeing on the halves A and halves B. Watch this. But watch how it's restricted. Then boom, boom. There it is. There's your outflow channel expanding this direction. Boy, do I like upper level water vapor imagery. You could see the outflow channel with this. And then here's your shear. This flow coming in and out of the southwest. You get your easterlies underneath, and that imparts westerly shear, more so like this. I am not seeing that though. This is really, really being defiant. That eye is really, 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 really dark now. That's warmed up remarkably. Remarkable. Yeah, look how orange that is. That is very orange. I mean, that's oranger than this over here on the low-level water vapor imagery. That's as orange as it gets. Even on the upper level water vapor imagery, it is really dry in there. Mid-level is really dry too. That's a very intense hurricane right there. What's up, corruption? At 2:30 in the morning. If it evacts away enough outflow, it can force convection. That's what we're seeing. That's exactly what we're seeing. That's why there's a lot of this convection. Yeah, if we get this, what we call a bow shock outflow channel, so if we go back to our upper level water vapor, so if we go back, let's go to the last 48 frames. Actually, you know what? We're going to use mesofloater. No, nah, never mind. That's not going to work. So, if we, you can see right here, when you get a lot of convection that bursts out like this on the northern side, it could actually force air out ahead of it and possibly allow air beneath it to actually flow outward more, which could then possibly deflect whatever shear is coming at it and really allow this system to really grow its CDO a little more, which, by the way, that is a very symmetrical system. I mean, look at that. It's just very circular. It's very circular right now again. Is a little more asymmetrical earlier, and then now it's like, I got this, I'm more symmetrical, and that's what we see. Basically, it has its shield up. Great one. It's like, I got my shield up. Get away from me, trough. Get away from me. But I'll tell you how this is going to end. If this does not weaken very much, as what some of the models are showing, it's going to end very bad for Jamaica, possibly for the Yucatan Peninsula, not for the Yucatan, for Hispaniola, and then eventually the Yucatan. Because if it's a Category 5 as it passes southern Jamaica, then it could be a Category 3 or 4 once it gets to the Yucatan. And who knows how strong it might be once it gets past the Yucatan. But our T numbers are really high right now. They are really high that support that intensity. I'm calling this Hurricane Leviathan, barreling towards the Caribbeans. It is going to be very important when that recon data comes in, though, once they fly into there. Which is why I closed it. Why did I close it? Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, my gosh. I did not. Oh, my gosh. I have so many tabs open. I come back and I have all these tabs open, so... 20 minutes, folks. 20 minutes till takeoff. 20 minutes to take off. I'm actually going to see if I can pull up radar, not flight radar 24 without the ads. So I can... Hey Siri, open flight radar 24. So let's go to flight and let's go and see. I think they're taking off out of St. Croix. So that's where we're going to have to see. Why do I have the... Oh, I do have the basic. Okay. I thought I had the gold version for a second. So we're going to have to... We're going to keep an eye on that. Once that plane takes off, you'll be the first to know. Because this is a very serious situation. And the eye temperature is still hugging there at 70 degrees. At least it's 70 degrees, and that's what we're watching. If it gets a little warmer. Yup, look at this. Another cooling of the CDO again. Another cooling of the CDO. You can see earlier, it looked a little bit more black like this, and now we're starting to get more of these grayer colors starting to show up. So yeah, that is definitely it is very intense. There's a lot of lightning going on with this right now. It's hanging in there. By the way, if you guys haven't liked the stream yet, be sure to do so. We are approaching 1,000 likes. We are 75 likes away from 1,000. So thank you all for hitting the like button in tonight's stream. I do appreciate it. And it is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We are attempting a 5-hour stream tonight. What is a temperature I considered? So if it's 60 degrees, 60 to 70 degrees, or 65 to 70, that's in the range of a category high in 4, low in category 5 of what we're seeing. If it warms up to 75 degrees, we're usually talking about a mid-grade category 5 hurricane with 175, 180 miles an hour. But it also depends on the cloud tops and the size of the storm and other aspects to this. Because if the storm is small or it's large, it could mean different, you know. David, you're doing a tremendous job here. Greetings from Jamaica. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I really love you guys. And I'm thankful for this, because if it wasn't for you guys, I mean, I don't know where I would be. But yeah, look at this on 3D. You can definitely see it. It's just amazing. Looks like a cinnamon roll, doesn't it? Here's your arm, which, by the way, I want to have some cinnamon rolls tomorrow, or today when I wake up later on. And we can see it almost looks like that. But these are cloud temperatures, not actual dry air. What peak is a storm going to be, and how long does it have till it weakens? At this point, Caleb's NZ, I don't know. It's very hard to say. It is very hard to say right now because it's still strengthening. And how long will that strengthening trend continue? We will have to wait and find out. But what I will tell you right now is this is a Category 5. It is a Category 5 hurricane. And it wouldn't matter too much if it's 170, 165, 175. It's not going to matter a whole lot. It really isn't. It doesn't look like the eye is tilted. Well, this is 3D though. That's what I'm using. If we play this through, you could actually see how this all will look. Look at that. It does look like a whirlpool. It really does. And that's the concern. If it looks like a whirlpool, that's what we're seeing, it usually means it's pretty intense. And you can just see things getting into the whirlpool and coming all the way down. Dark, Steve, 175, that's pushing it. That's pushing it. I am not that confident of 175. Probably about 170, maybe stretching it even to 170. We'll have to wait with what the recon shows, which they are going to be taking off here in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes to departure. Meteorologists said earlier this year that they'll be upgrading to Category 6 hurricane this season. 195 or better. Really? I don't know. I don't know about that one. And look at all that lightning going on in it, though. That is incredible. And we're going to get an update on the lightning plot here in a second. Yep, we're up to 30 lightning strikes again. We even have lightning going on in the southern and western eye wall. So this is a very well intact hurricane right now. And that eye continues to warm. That really continues to warm. Boy, we are 10 likes away from 1,000, folks. We're doing it again. Unbelievable. Under 4 hours. And even under 3.5. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, this is very symmetrical right now. Very symmetrical with its cloud field. And that is a sign. And when it's smooth, which it looks very smooth again, there's no banding, no glops or anything. It's really, really smooth. And that's a sign. Lightning means strong updrafts that can evac air away from the storm and drop pressure. That is true. That is 100% true. Means those updrafts are very, very strong right now. And that is a sign that the storm is not weakening. About 12 minutes to departure. 12 minutes to departure. 12 minutes before we get some recon data. And yes, I have the iPad. I have the iPad right here in my hands. And I'm just waiting for the departure. But yeah, for the people that do live on Jamaica, just kind of doing a little intermission here of where this is going to go. Not really intermission, but a heavy rain or a lot of impacts on Jamaica. As we go forward, again, lots of heavy rainfall. There will be flooding. There's going to be a lot of problems on Jamaica by the time we go into Wednesday afternoon into the evening hours. The HMON and the Halves A have pretty much the same thing. Jamaica is going to get clobbered very heavily on rain. And yeah, on this model, even water spouts, which could be locally intense winds within those. So yeah, not good news for people living in Jamaica. David, when is it hitting the wind shear? It probably isn't going to hit the wind shear. It will eventually, but probably not until we keep on saying it's going to happen soon, but then it just gets pushed away. So it could be, sorry if I'm here, bending down. So I think it's going to happen probably sometime today. When today, I don't know. Good info, take care. Thank you so much. In euros, 12 euro dollars. Thank you so much. Which in economics, I'm going to school for economics, and I'm actually learning a little bit about euro dollars. Which actually a euro dollar is a little bit more than a US dollar. So yeah, people in Jamaica definitely need to be really monitoring this, as this is going to get closer and closer to you. Traxy, how are you? Hey David, I'm outside. Am I safe? You're probably on Jamaica. Right now you're safe, but you might want to get prepared for that hurricane that's headed towards you. Oh, we got lightning on the southern eye. Look at that. We got lightning on the southern side again. This is a 1 minute increment image, folks. 1 minute. This updates every 1 minute. And this is what we have. We have lightning here, and we have lightning right here. And that eye is warming up a little bit more. And sure, I hope there's no vortices in there. Probably hard to see the vortices, but I'm sure they're in there. Which data tool is this? This is the infrared GOES 16 mesoscale 1 imagery. This updates every 1 minute, folks. Every 1 minute, we're getting these images. And if we actually just go, oh well, we're not able to see that. Darn it. Wonder if we're able to. Yeah, see, I have the flash activity thing on, so this is the group of the flashes, and this is basically our flash activity. So we're getting a lot of lightning flashes in there. Oh, I did not know I could actually smooth this. This is cool. Do you guys like the smoothing on or off? Do you like it pixely? I did not even realize I could actually change that. This is on Radar Omega. Radar Omega, by the way. Radar Omega is your #1 radar program in the entire face of this Earth. You get your weather prediction models, you get climate prediction stuff, you get weather you just get everything, including the National Hurricane Center and recon data. How do you like the recon data? You want it off? So we will smooth it out then. Okay, smoothing off. Oh, okay, so want it pixely. We will try this. It doesn't. I could really make this a lot more blurrier, or I could make it like this. This is kind of like a step. This is like the highest in resolution, and then it's like a little bit. It doesn't make a really big difference. You can't really notice if we tab this. Smooth off. Okay, so we'll just keep it off. We'll keep it pixelated. It's not that bad anyways if it's pixelated. Especially when you zoom out, you really can't tell. Yeah, this is about as high resolution as you can get, but sometimes when you're looking for some detail in there, it's kind of hard to get that. So the color key up here, let's click on this. I wish this actually gave us a key. Hold on. No, it can't give us it's not going to give us a temperature at all. But that's why we have windy.com. It's the same thing, but off of windy.com. Yeah, our cloud temperatures are really warm, still 70 degrees inside the eye. So the different colors mean different cloud temperatures. So the inside the eye, where we have a dark gray spot, means the temperatures there are warmer on infrared. Okay, so if we kind of scoot this along, okay, we're at 68 degrees, still 69. But then when you get outside of the eye, you get these cooler cloud tops. This is in Fahrenheit. We're getting -100 all throughout the center, or throughout the eye wall surrounding the eye. So that's why having infrared is really important, because infrared will give us an idea of, is the eye warming up? Is it cooling? A warming eye means it's drying up, the air is drier in there, and it could mean intensification. That's why we use the eye for a reason. All right, the plane is departing in 4 minutes. 4 minutes to take off. Again, folks, if you're just tuning in, welcome to the stream. Like, subscribe, and share this live stream with your family and friends on social media. We will be live here for a while longer as we're breaking the live news to you all here. Whoa, we got a big, deep burst of convection going on right now, just outside of the force of tropical storm force winds. And yup, recon is coming up. That's what I hope. They're going to be taking off here. I don't see anything on Flight Radar 24. but we will see. We will see. It's getting worse. Potentially it is getting worse. I think it's been getting worse throughout the day. The cloud tops have stabilized though. They are definitely more stable. But that's a black donut. Alright folks, I am starting to notice a little bit more asymmetry to the hurricane a little bit, so there is probably a touch of shear starting to impinge on the system. And this is kind of what we are expecting to see, kind of this bow shock look to the system. It's a little bit more lopsided. Now when you just look at the CDO part, that's where it's pretty uniform and very symmetrical. But earlier you can see it was more symmetrical even with the deep convection. Now it is starting to get a little sheared. So that's good. It could be good. We'll see how Beryl responds to that. Right now, it is not responding to it at all with the eye temperature that is still pretty cold, warm at about 68, 69 degrees on the infrared. However, at the same time though, very hard to tell. Probably very symmetrical, relatively speaking. It's probably not really asymmetrical because that outflow is probably pushing out, giving the illusion that there's a little bit of shear. So it's probably not much in the way of a bow shock to the system. Oh yeah, look at all of the lightning going on in that system. Tons of lightning still. This is wild. All right, the plane departs in 1 minute. 1 minute to take off. One minute. I'm just trying to see, it's not on flight radar yet. I hope. And I hope. Hey Siri, open flight radar 24.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
Hey Siri, open flight radar 24 on iPad.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
Heck with it. Hey Siri, open flight radar 24 on iPad. Okay. It's not going to work. Alright. It worked last time, now it doesn't want to work this time, so... where are you? Flight radar 24... There we go. Alright, nope, they have not taken off yet. I'm waiting from flight radar 24. They have not done it yet. Once they do, believe me, I will say take off. Or I'll say they have officially taken off. It will depart in 0 minutes. 0 minutes. It is 2 o'clock. No, 1 o'clock. I am Yeah, I think within the hour they'll be in that system and they'll find Category 5 force winds still for sure. Man, that really has continued to cool though. I'm keeping an eye on the bottom of that. What I'm looking for is, do they touch the sea, the infrared? And they do briefly there. Oh gosh. They are actually touching the sea on this one. So that's basically the lowest the infrared could actually go. Very, very, very low on the infrared. Temperature, that's a very, very warm eye, as warm as it can get. And they have not taken off yet. Probably not going to take off. Who knows? Hopefully, though. Thank you so much. I'm glad you guys really like the 3D a lot. While we're waiting patiently for new recon data. Oh! Up. They're taking off. There they go. They're taking off. I see them. Yup, there they go. They're off the ground. 1 minute late, but they're right on time. Where's the vid? Where's the video? I don't have a video out. Yeah, the 3D view is super cool. I'm glad you guys really like it a lot. I'm really glad. Even so it's not the best, I mean, it's like mountains and stuff, it is cool. And look at what we can do. We can go inside the eye too. Look at that. And then look what we can see. It looks like a tornado. This is what you get when you follow me on YouTube. Was that even the aircraft? False alarm, folks. That's weird. Why aren't my... Are my filters on? They're probably on. No, they're not on. Why isn't it showing up here? So... I think that was a false alarm. I don't think that was the aircraft. It looked just like it, but then I clicked on more information. It was like a cargo carrier aircraft. So that really is getting colder or warmer though, that eye in there. Look at, watch this closely. Watch how this progresses. There's more green in there, and then it really starts to dry out a little bit on the infrared. That is really, that's a very warm eye right now. Oh gosh, yes. That is definitely a lot warmer. This is definitely more intense. It looks more intense than it did earlier. The eye looks to have gotten a little bit bigger too. Our T numbers have not gone up though. Not just yet. But let's see about our lightning data. Yep, we're up to 35 lightning strikes. That's the highest lightning strikes we have had in the last hour. So lightning activity is increasing in the eye again. Which means it might be intensifying a little bit more. Golly word. So we're going to have to zoom in again and relocate. Oh yeah, this has a lot of lightning going on with it. I need to reset the thing again. Hold on. I need to get a specific area zoomed in. There we go, so I can get the eye again. So as it tracks across, we can keep updated on the numbers. We're at about we're at 35 lightning strikes though inside the eye, so this is not a good sign. And still no new missions out. Still no new missions. They have taken off though. They have taken off. They are on their way out, I know for a fact. We just gotta be patient. But look at all that lightning going on. Can you guys see this just fine? Can you see these little yellow speckled dots? Props to Kermit. So yeah, it's probably Kermit. I'll give you guys the updated track here in a little bit. David, can you tell if the eye is tilting on 3D? No, you can. It's more. I'll show you what that means on 3D in just a little bit, but it's not tilting. I don't know if you guys heard my question, but so if you guys can see those little yellow dots, that's the lightning that you're witnessing. And these update every 1 minute. Dang, that has gotten even warmer. Look at that. Even a warmer eye. It's actually as warm as it's been. That's as warm as it's been. Yeah, that's touching the sea right there. That's bottoming out. That is bottoming out. Again, these update once a minute. Yep, our T numbers continue to increase, 7.1 now. But that has not been reflected to the actual T numbers or the final T numbers. Still 137.4 knots, and the pressure is 930.9 millibars. Very symmetrical looking eye though. What's up, Nader Nation? No, there is going to be recon. And actually, let me see if we can bring that up. If it loaded in. Still nothing new yet. We still don't have the new data. We should be getting that in any minute. Maybe they did take off 10 minutes ago, but we're not getting it updated yet. Oh, 5 a.m. is the NHC. Yeah, okay, that's what you guys were referring to. Yeah, the next update is coming in from the NHC. I forgot about that for the 2 o'clock update. So we will get a bonus from the NHC, but I'm sure they're going to keep it at 165 miles an hour because there's no recon aircraft in there just yet. So they're gonna, they have taken off by now, I'm sure. We just have to wait. Okay, entry time is 9:30 Zulu. That's today. And the fixed time is 12 Zulu. And exit time is 14 Zulu. And the departure time is 08 Zulu. So that is now. They should have taken off. We're just not getting the data in yet. We just have to wait once that happens. And once it happens, we'll bring you that update. It could hit Texas. There's a non-zero chance that it does hit Texas. That is correct. I'm going to just simply say non-zero chance. But how's everybody enjoying the stream? I hope you are having a great night, you guys. I'm really tired, but you guys are keeping me awake, and I do appreciate that. Where is this currently located? In the Eastern Caribbean. In the Eastern Caribbean is where this is currently located. And we just got a new update on the 3D. I'm not very tired, but I am, I could get to bed soon here, but we're not. We're going to stay live. We're going to stay live until the next advisory. And if the plane could take off already, which it hasn't, it's not popping up at all. Maybe I'm reading things wrong. But it says on Cyclonic WX that it is going to take off. What's up? Watching from Jamaica? Nice. Ooh, here comes some deep convection on the northern side. Let me see if they have taken off. I'm gonna actually look to see if they did or not. Nope, can't get anything on Flight Radar 24. So we're just gonna have to wait patiently for hopefully this updates on their end soon. The next Air Force mission is scheduled in 2 hours. I'm not staying up for that one. I am not staying up for that one. Where is it likely to be going to make landfall next? Possibly southern Jamaica. So I want you guys to hear this out well. Possibly southern Jamaica right here on the map. If not, it's going to be the Yucatan Peninsula, either Belize or near Cancun area is where we're thinking where the next landfall will be. Either Jamaica, way off the map over here, right here, or right in here is where we think the next landfalls will be. All right, let's see if they have taken off. Still nothing yet. Thank you for the $5 donations. Oh my goodness, look at all the hearts coming in all of a sudden. That means you guys are liking the stream. I'm pressing the heart button myself. There we go. But thank you for the $5 donation. From my experience as a meteorologist looking at satellite presentation, my best guarantee for current conditions is 170 miles an hour at 925 millibars. That is a possibility. That is a very slight possibility. Boy, if they up the intensity on this, I will be shocked. But 170 at the most is where I'm going with this. That's all. What's with the crazy graphics? That's the 3D buds. And look at all the lightning. Look at this. Look at all of the lightning going on in there. You can see it. Man, that is as clear of an eye you can get. Wait, 170 isn't used? So wait, the NHC doesn't use 170. I never knew that. So it's 165, 175. Oh, because of knot conversion. Oh, okay. That I did not even know. Oh, that's why. Okay, I see. But they use 175 knots, or 175 miles an hour, though, is what they use. Gosh, that eye is actually a little bit bigger than it was earlier. Okay, 175 is possible. I see what you mean now. That would be a 10-mile-an-hour wind speed increase. Holy. Oh, man. I cannot imagine a 175-mile-an-hour hurricane. That means it has to weaken almost 20 miles an hour just to become a Category 4 again. Well, it's already 10 miles over. About 10 miles over. But look at all that lightning going off. In the northern quadrant, just a lot of lightning going on. And let's play this through on the updated plot. And we have 17 lightning strikes at the moment. So, yeah. I guess the good news about tonight is we get an update from the NHC by 2 o'clock my time, so we will be able to bring up. I do not think they're doing that mission. They would have taken off a long time ago. So maybe they are not doing it. That doesn't make sense. So yeah, you know what? That flight might have been canceled. That might have been canceled, that flight. I think it was. For what reason, I do not even know. Yup, it was canceled. I think it was canceled. Oh wait, no, it's still here. Okay, never mind. No, it's there. So, yeah, they're supposed to do it. It's in their system. Oh, that's disappointing. I was hoping to get something, but they're not in there yet, so we're just going to wait for the NHC to update. And then after that, I think I'm going to call it a night. And that will be a complete advisory. By the way, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Sorry for the bit silence there. Very symmetrical, powerful hurricane though. Very strong. Can you run the models again? Sure. So this is the latest on the halves model. We don't have the 06Z out yet. So that's going to be a while before that comes out. But I will tell you what right now, it is showing quite a bit of rainfall on the halves B once this moves on through into Jamaica on Wednesday. But keep in mind, this is what we're seeing. Very heavy rain, flooding, water spouts. You can see the confluent zone right in here. We got a little bit of deep convection within that convective mass. What is my favorite spaghetti model? The Super Blend is my favorite spaghetti model. Oh my gosh, Jones Tatty, you're very aggressive. Up to 180 miles an hour at 910 millibars. Whoa, you are really insanity on that intensity. The screen is black. The screen may be black on your end, but not mine. My house can not manage this at all. I'm reversing it now. How long until the NHC updates? Probably about 30-ish minutes. Yep, it's on their end. You should work for the Hurricane Center. I should. But they're in Miami, Florida. They're pretty far from where I'm at. Speaking of Weather Center, let me see what our temperatures are supposed to be like. As far as the heat goes. Man, it is still 74 degrees here. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's going to be hot. 111. Nothing has changed with that. Pretty hot. Pretty hot still. Uh, 110 today, 113 on Wednesday, according to the National Weather Service. Oh, and 111 on Saturday, and 110 on Friday. Oh my gosh. Oh, let's check our aerial model. The Aeroforce model. Let's see. Are you guys ready to see the model? Let me know in chat. He has rendered. Took him a while to do that though. Model run 3 complete. What is your coordinates? I'm not going to give away my coordinates, but I can tell you I am in the California region where it's going to be very hot. We're talking about an excessive heat warning today. Nope, I will say I'm south of Sacramento, north of Modesto. That's all I'm going to disclose. Jeez Louise, look at this. Look at this. We got a half moon looking lightning barrage going on in there. Wow. Definitely, we had a half moon looking lightning barrage in there. Is recon on its way? No. I am not getting any updates. I don't know why that mission... I'm gonna see what the NHC is. No, they didn't say anything. So no, we do not have... maybe they did cancel it. They might have had to cancel that because of how intense this hurricane is. It could very well be that. There's a lot of lightning going on in it. There's a lot of lightning. I mean, look at this. This is crazy lightning activity. And actually, if we take a look at the latest... 70 to 74 degrees. That eye temperature. Yeah, that's probably more intense than it was earlier. Again, we have 1,500 people in the chat. This is amazing in the middle of the night. Thank you guys for tuning in. You guys are awesome. We are going to be watching this. And still, we look at this. We have even lightning strikes going on throughout the hurricane. So, yeah, this is just... Yeah. Satellite estimates have come up on my end at 140 knots. So this is a Category 5 even on satellite estimates. We have less than 30 minutes before the next NHC update. And once that comes out, we will give you the latest discussion. They'll probably discuss it in their discussion. When it comes out, they probably had to cancel that mission. Someone said no, NOAA-P3, so they probably did take off. No, they didn't. Nope, no missions. Nothing new yet. So we're gonna be live for a while though until we get more updates. Until we get an update from the NHC. But look at these cloud tops here over here on the northern side. Very cold cloud tops. You can hear me yawning probably. I'm sorry. This is called a job. Stop that. The plane just left? Nope. I don't think they're... I think they canceled the mission. Because it would have taken off like 30 minutes ago. Miss Piggy left. Thank you, History Fan, for tuning in. I appreciate it. It left! Oh, it left! It left! Finally, it has departed. Wow, really late. Really late for the departure. Vote, you guys. It left. It left. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It left, it left, it left. And it left. And it left. This time I'm being realistic. So, should I stay up until the plane gets at least some part of the eye wall? I don't know if they're going to approach, because they're going to fly in, yeah, they're over here, and they're going to fly this way. So it's not as long as it was when it went over here. So it's going to be a lot sooner. Should be about an hour before we get that data. Alright, I'll stay up. I'm going to attempt to stay up until 3 o'clock. That means I'm going to sleep in until about 11 o'clock in the morning then. So don't expect me to be live at like 8 or 9 in the morning, because I'm going to be up pretty late. I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to, because I'm curious myself. I am curious myself of what they're going to find. Sorry for my crazy reaction there, but I just cannot help it to say I'm glad they took off. And look at that eye temperature, negative 70 degrees or positive 70 degrees in Fahrenheit. So the eye temperature continues to warm and also continues to dry. Look how dry that is. That is a remarkable dry eye. And it's really warm. So this is very much likely a category, a stronger end category 5 than what we had earlier. A lot of lightning strikes. Non-stop lightning activity in that. Yep, 19. 19 strikes, and that's increasing again. Geez Louise, those raw T numbers have increased. 7.2. That is really high. This is definitely, this is still either maintaining intensity or it's strengthening it even further. That eye has become much more clear. Much more clear. Oh gosh, they're going to be in the storm. They're going to be in the storm in about 45 minutes. Probably explains why they took off a little later. Yeah, they're flying at like 300 miles an hour. And the system is like about less than that in distance. So they're over here now about... Yeah, they're about 225 miles, so in about 45 minutes they're going to be in the middle of that. Getting excited here for some new data. Interesting, it has not appeared on their mission, on the missions thing yet. Very interesting. We'll have to wait to see if that actually appears. Not even on Radar Omega either, nor on Tropical Tidbits. Should happen really soon though, because we know for a fact they did take off. If you guys don't believe me, hold on. You can see, they did take off. They did take off. Oh, it was scheduled. They were scheduled for taking off at 4:30 in the morning. And they're a minute early, so I guess... And they'll be landing... They're going to be landing... to be back at 10:23 in the morning. They're flying at 300 miles an hour, so they are going to get into this storm really quickly. Okay, we're going to get a new update here from the NHC in the meantime. Man, I have so many tabs open. It's crazy. It's crazy. Man, this eye is so warm right now. Man, boys, some of these cloud tops over here, negative 128 degrees. That's a very intense eye, though. Holy moly. Sure, all of you are like, finally they take off. It's about time they do. I gotta say thank you guys for letting me know about that. You guys are the trooper stars of all time. You guys are the troopers. You guys actually had to let me know that they were taking off. The high quality model is actually finished. Alright, I forgot to show you guys the model. I'm so sorry. I got all... But here is the model. $934? Okay. $932? $935? So you do see weakening. Wow. 961 south of Jamaica. And then 965. So you do see weakening happening. And here's the other model. That is so good, actually. I really like that. So realistic with the pixels and stuff. Awesome. That's a good model. I'm watching it on Ventusky. Wait, Ventusky has a satellite thing? What? I've not been on Ventusky in forever, so I don't know if... I'm not going to get windy.com. Or I'm not going to get the premium. There is a premium thing, but they're competing against the windy.com, and I like windy.com a lot better because you can actually get the satellite, the radar on the premium. Boy, there's a lot of lightning going on. This is a horrible storm. Horrible. It's a system that wants to do what it wants to do, right? Still a lot of lightning strikes in there, though. A lot of lightning strikes. So let's get an update on recon. There we go. That's what I'm looking for in progress. There they go. They are in and they are moving. So there is your proof. We actually got recon data into the storm, or going into the storm. You might even fly through some of these intense convective bursts. Okay, update in 14 minutes. 14 minutes. So let's go to Twitter and let's see what we got on the NHC, because I really want to watch their Twitter very closely to see if we get any new updates. You guys will probably let me know before I check, and that's fine. That's fine. That means you guys are on it. You guys are David, and I am the viewer. No, I'm just kidding. Yep, look at that. New lightning barrage going on. Another piece of lightning going on here. So, wow. Satellite looks like a high-end EF or high-end Category 5. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised. But it's probably going to be about a... Oh, golly word, the lightning on this. Wow. Right there. Big lightning barrage going on. Huge lightning barrage going on. You can even see it right here, folks. Look at that. See this? See these dots? Are you able to see this, folks? If not, then sorry. I mean, look at... That's a lot of the lightning going on. Lots of lightning. This is every minute. Super Jola, the more lightning you get, the more intense deep convection is, and potentially can lead to explosive intensification. Man, that really came up, that lightning. There's even more of it right now. This is very symmetrical. Very symmetrical. It's actually more symmetrical than it did if you just take this piece of convection out. This looks relatively symmetrical still. I'm sorry, Ashton, you're sleepy. I know. Hang in there, folks. I know it's a bit of a stream, but you know what? This is important. This is important. And there it is, right there. I'm curious which website will update first with the recon data. I wonder if Tropical Tidbits updates it first, or does Radar Omega beat the horse and update sooner? No new update from the NHC yet. No new update from the NHC. Nine more minutes. We are approaching update time. This is probably about as strong. Conservatively, because the recon plane hasn't flown into that yet. So they're probably going to hold it at the same intensity. I would probably bet they will. Because they want to be conservative until they get that recon. However, if the impressment of the system is more impressive than the recon, then they might do an update. They might update or upgrade it a little higher. Yeah, the eye temperature is still 80 degrees right, or 70 degrees, so that has not changed. Tropical Tidbits has not updated yet, but the other website did. How about Radar Omega? Radar Omega updated, so we could rely on Radar Omega. Not Tropical Tidbits is good. Still very good for the one that doesn't have Radar Omega. So there they are, folks. Look at that. There they are. And they're probably going to get they're probably going to do this. So they're going to get a little further and then go straight in. How many miles is the eye now? Probably about the same. Let's take a look though. About 13 miles. It's about 13 miles in diameter. Oh, we got a new update from the NHC, I think, did we? No, we did not. If they updated, just let me know. Hey, you guys, when they update, just let me know, David, NHC updated. Do not mention the intensity, please, because I want to check it for myself. Promise, you guys, pinky promise. Let's not... I want to see it for myself, so I'm gonna just wait. Someone said microwave imagery. We don't have any new microwave imagery out yet, so... Yeah, we don't. So I don't see where that's coming from yet. NHC updated. Okay, okay. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Here we go. Here we go. Not on my end yet. Not on my end yet. Come on. Update. Let's go, NHC. Let's go. I don't even want to look at chat right now, because I know you guys are spitting out numbers. So I'm just going to do it like this. Oh, 165. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised. Until they fly the plane in there, then they'll do another, they'll do a new intermediate advisory probably. And up it then. It's at 935 millibars. The pressure has not dropped anymore. We're waiting for their discussion to get released, but it is the same intensity. It's going to be a direct hit-ish. Almost once. Why do I sound disappointed? No, I did not want to see the chat for that point, because I was like, I want to see, because if you guys are spitting out numbers, and it kind of spoils it. Category 5 Beryl still intensifying in the Caribbean. Oh, hurricane watch issued for the Cayman Islands, folks. I'm waiting for that discussion to get released, though. So, none of the products have updated yet. So we don't have any products out. That will take a little bit of time. Once that comes out, we will be looking at the discussion and see what they said. This hasn't updated yet, but we will give you some updates. The public advisory updated, but not the discussion yet. Up. Now it is. Now it updated. Let's take a look. Beryl remains an impressive... Excuse me. Beryl remains an impressive Category 5 hurricane this morning. Satellite imagery shows a well-defined eye, expanding outflow, and a prominent outer band. Overnight, NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft data showed the minimum central pressure falling to about 935, and the tail Doppler radar measured 175 knots of wind at about 500 meters. This supports the initial intensity of 145 knots for this advisory. The hurricane is moving quickly to west-northwest at an estimated 290 degrees at 19 knots. A strong subtropical ridge centered over the southern United States will continue to steer Beryl west-northwestward to westward across the central and northwestern Caribbean for the next few days. The latest track forecast has been nudged slightly to the north again and lies closest to the corrected consensus aid. There is still increased uncertainty in the track forecast beyond 3 days, with the model guidance showing a large spread as Beryl emerges over the Gulf of Mexico. Beryl's intensity forecast is also rather uncertain. Model guidance all indicates that the hurricane will begin to weaken later today as Beryl encounters moderate to strong vertical wind shear. Later on, factors such as the possible interaction with the Jamaican elevated terrain, dry air intrusions, and the structure of the vertical wind shear will all play a role in the rate of weakening. The models show quite a wide of solutions, with guidance between a strong tropical storm to a major hurricane while it nears the Yucatan Peninsula. The NHC forecast lies in the middle of the aids, showing Beryl as a major hurricane near Jamaica now, reaching Yucatan as a hurricane in about 3 days before emerging as a tropical storm over the Gulf of Mexico. This is quite an uncertain forecast beyond a couple of days due to the aforementioned factors. So the intensity is a bit more uncertain now than what was indicated earlier. And right now, 24 hours from now, this is still going to be a Category 4 with 140-mile-an-hour winds. And then a Category 3 in about 36 hours. Still a Category 2 near 3 days out. So this is remarkable. It is still possible this could reach 170 miles an hour right before the 18Z period. So we're gonna wait, because this needs to update. These products have not updated yet. So let's just wait just a bit for that to come out. We don't have any new. These products have not updated yet. Which they should. They should be updating here really soon. That did though. Oh wait, that didn't either. It's 2 a.m. So we're going to have to wait. And then we will give you some updates on what this map actually shows once it comes out. Okay, you guys, so we're just going to have to wait a little bit longer before the graphics come out. See what the eye temperature looks like in the meantime. Still at 70 degrees right now. Still at 70 degrees. Wow, look at this. This buoy is getting awfully close to that major hurricane. Yeah, look at that. That really went up. 25 to now 38 miles an hour on that buoy. And this is headed right towards it. It is moving right towards that buoy right now. So we can tell you right now there are tropical storm force winds occurring on that buoy, almost tropical storm force winds. All right, we just got a new update. Okay, so important information, folks. Invite your friends and family to this. I'm going to name out the areas that are that now are under warnings and watches. Grand Cayman, all right, so let's just make this a little thinner. Grand Cayman, hurricane watch. Again, Grand Cayman, hurricane watch. The Little Cayman Island there, hurricane watch. Jamaica, under a hurricane warning with a major hurricane expected now for Jamaica. All right, so a hurricane warning now issued for Jamaica with a major hurricane expected. Tropical storm warning now issued for southern Hispaniola because of how intense this is going to be. So the letter M on this means there's a major hurricane that is forecasted. That's letter M means major. And you need to be taking this seriously if you are in that major range. This has not updated. We're waiting for this to update. So this did though. So now with that being said, there is now a 100% chance of tropical storm force winds completely engulfing Jamaica. So there will be tropical storm force winds as early as Wednesday morning for that island. Okay? It's not a possibility now. It's going to happen. You're going to have a lot of destruction, trees, power lines, flooding due to heavy rainfall. We also have a 70% chance on Grand Cayman for tropical storm force winds. We don't have a new update on this one yet with the rainfall forecast. Let me see if they actually did update that on their thumbnail though. No, they have not. No new update yet. But I guess we'll have to use that with what we have. So, yeah, tropical storm winds do expand a little further out. So we do have tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds, of course, that are nearly the same. And unfortunately, this is now taking the current bearing right towards Jamaica. It is headed right towards the tip of Jamaica there on the eastern side. At this given bearing, the current heading takes us towards Jamaica, but it's going to be important to note if this is going to turn back. If this turns back later, rather than earlier, then direct impacts on Jamaica are expected. But if this turns quicker or sooner rather than later, then it will miss Jamaica with the eye itself, but not the impacts. So that's what we're seeing. So we have the 5 o'clock update here on our key messages. So Beryl is forecasted to remain a powerful hurricane as it moves across the Caribbean Sea later this week. A hurricane warning is in effect for Jamaica. All right, for Jamaica, where hurricane conditions are expected on Wednesday. A tropical storm warning is also in effect for the south coast of Hispaniola, and a hurricane watch is now in effect for all of the Cayman Islands. Heavy rainfall and flash flooding are likely over much of Jamaica on Wednesday. Interest in Belize, the Yucatan Peninsula, Cuba, and the southwestern Gulf of Mexico should monitor the progress of Beryl. Additional watches and warnings will likely be required later today or Wednesday. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now, with some heavy rainfall, flood concerns. It's not looking good at all, okay? And that is why we have recon out there flying into this. They're right now here. They are on their way out into this system. So this is very much a serious system that needs to be taken seriously. Very powerful hurricane. Look at the eye. Not looking good at all. Just not. It looks like the eye has warmed up a little bit. a little bit on the western side, which means it's probably no longer intensifying like it was earlier. You can see the eye right there. Boy, that aircraft is getting a bumpy ride into there. So that's a look at the latest advisory, folks. Hurricane warning for Jamaica. And as we do take a look at the latest halves B run, we are looking at, once again, a very powerful hurricane as it passes just to the south of Jamaica on this run. But now, because we have this a little further north, we're probably going to have to rely most on our HWRF model, which brings it closest to Jamaica as what the NHC does. And this is a major hurricane on this model with 123 knots, so about 140, 150 miles an hour. And then it could re-intensify after that. So you can see what it looks like on the model. I mean, look at that rain. That's not good. Not good at all. Definitely going to be some impacts, and that is why the NHC really emphasizes you all to take this storm pretty serious. We're at 70 Fahrenheit temperature, so that explains why this is so intense. Those cloud or those eye temperatures are really, really warm. So, yeah, any questions, you guys? Man, this recon is going to take a little bit of time. They're getting closer. We're going to wait. We're going to wait. They're close enough to where it shouldn't take much longer. Probably another... So they were here. So 10 minutes, 20, 30. They should be there in 30 minutes. But then I have to go to bed after that. Because they're going to get the north, they're going to pass through the north side of the system, which will have the strongest winds. And then I am going to call it a night after that. Once they pass through the center on the other side, that will be it. But until then, we will be live on the recon data, on the recon mission. And there it is, folks. There it is. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, hit the like button and subscribe. You guys are doing great. And also hit the bell icon and check out my Twitter page at Weather United 1. Weather United 1, where you can get more information. So we are going to wait. Potential U.S. landfall, again, pretty far out. I would say for the safety of sake, not expected at the moment. How fast is the storm moving? It is moving to the west-northwest at about 22 to 23 miles an hour. So it is moving a little faster. It is moving a little faster. Thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate it. How's lightning? Lightning is still percolating up, but it is calming down a little bit. We're not seeing as much lightning activity in the core as what we saw about an hour ago. We're going to wait. Yeah, there's no lightning at all within that eye anymore. 0 lightning strikes, which means it's probably not intensifying anymore. It probably has leveled off. Maybe a lightning strike here or there. Storm surge estimates in Jamaica. Let me see if they have a storm surge thumbnail here. I doubt it. No, they don't. They do not have a storm surge thumbnail at all, so we're not able to see that. But I'm expecting storm surge of at least 2 to 4 feet on Jamaica. If it's a little stronger, possibly as high as 8 feet of storm surge. But they're about to be in that eye really soon, so we will get an update. We're just waiting and waiting for that plane to pass through the center. That eye is extremely warm, I do agree. It's really, really warm. And you know what's really warm? Temperatures here where I live. It's going to be 109, 110 today, then 113, 114 on Wednesday. That's going to be fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. And right now it's 68 degrees outside. 68 at 2:17 in the morning. Which, by the way, I need to check the weather for my area, but I won't show it on stream. Because you guys will be wondering, why is David showing it on stream? But you can trust me, it's going to be pretty brutal tomorrow. 109 I'm getting here on the HRRR. And 114 woo, on the HRRR model on Wednesday. It's only going to get down to 75 tomorrow night. That is ridiculous. That is insane. That is really warm. Yeah, the NAM wants us at 115 degrees on Wednesday. That's brutal. That's gonna be freaking brutal. Which, by the way, San Francisco might have a high of 95 degrees. 85 to 95 degrees. Yeah, I like how the European wants us at 118 degrees. GFS wants us at 117 degrees on Saturday. That's very dangerous. That's pretty dangerous. Okay, we should get a new update here soon from the recon aircraft. What's the new latitude, longitude? On the coordinates, you're probably wondering. It's located 14.6 north, 66.9 west, and it is about 370 miles southeast of Isla Betia, Dominican Republic, and then 695 miles east-southeast of Kingston, Jamaica. But yeah, those cloud tops are really warming on this side. So we more than likely are going to stick with 165 miles an hour. We will see what that plane finds. We're waiting. I am trying to stay awake. Ooh, boy. Man, these walls, this ceiling is still warm. 90 degrees at this time of night. That's crazy. Grab some coffee. No, I'm not gonna. I don't want to stay awake, you know. I want to get some sleep. I'm fighting for it because I want to get that data. I want to see what they find. I'm staying up until they fly through that whole entire, until they get the northern eye wall, because that's what they're gonna get. And this is what we have. See my question? What was your question? What is supposed to weaken this before Jamaica? Is the deep layer shear. That's what's going to help weaken the hurricane to some extent. It's not going to weaken it completely. This will still be a very intense hurricane once it approaches, and we just got an update. Wow, they actually kind of hovered around here for a while. They're already getting hurricane force winds this far out from the center, so I could only imagine what they're going to get. So they were right. So they were right here. They didn't move very much in that amount of time, so they're... It shouldn't be too long, though. They're going to get in there within the next 45 minutes. Within the next 45 minutes, they are going to get in there. So every 10 minutes, this updates. But I'm going to see if we got new buoy data. And we don't. Man, that eye is really, really warm, though. That's a very warm eye. Still 70 degrees. Where do I live that it's so hot? I live in California. That's where I live. See that little right over here? It's California. No, not Death Valley. If I lived in Death Valley, I would have moved out a million years ago. Which, by the way, I'm curious on how Death Valley is going to get. Good morning. It's hard to believe you guys are up all night. You guys are up all night. The brave little souls here. Your human body is saying, nope, I don't want to sleep. That is perfectly fine. Oh gosh. Guess how hot Death Valley is going to get this weekend. Guess how hot it's going to get this weekend in Death Valley, according to the National Weather Service. I want to hear your guys' guess. You will probably be a little bit off, or you'll be really correct. Someone said 124. Ooh, someone said 126. 124, not 140 though. Oh gosh, Skinny Bean is so close. 130 degrees. 130 degrees, folks. 130 degrees on Sunday and Monday. Good morning, Alan. Yeah. And overnight lows right around 99 to 102 for the overnight low. For an overnight low. It's pretty warm. That's pretty hot. That's ridiculous. I'll take my Florida heat and swamp. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Watching from Guam, great sight. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting some live recon data. This updates every 10 minutes or so. And I'm telling you, they're going to be finding some intense winds in there. This is definitely becoming more asymmetrical, though. A little more asymmetrical. It's starting to show that signs of some shear. Come on, plane. Get in there. Get in there. Because I want to get to bed by 3 in the morning. Because I have a long day. Today. Today. It is today. By the way, if you guys, some of you live in Fresno, going to be about 100, maybe about 110 to 115. And if you're in Red Bluff or Redding, it's supposed to be, let's see here, 112 to, wow, 120 degrees. 120 degrees in Redding, California. Wow, holy cow. Wow. Whoa, that is... Yeah, 120 is in the Central Valley. Okay, where all the crops grow their food, right? Like corn, whatever, rice, tomatoes, strawberries, grapes, oranges, citrus stuff. And up there, it's going to be 120 degrees on Friday and Saturday. That is ridiculous. That is insanely hot. Probably the worst heat wave in California state history for my area. Miss Peggy would probably be moving faster if she was chasing Kearney. Oh my gosh, Sugar, you're funny. Sugar, you could be Miss Piggy, the prop plane. You could be the Hurricane Hunter airplane. How about that? That is very hot for Redding, yeah. An overnight low there for Redding. It's going to be right around 80 degrees at night. 80 degrees at night for Redding. And a daytime high of 120 degrees. That's according to the National Weather Service. Which seems possible. Yeah, 119 on the Weather Channel app. Man, that is pretty dangerous. That is very dangerous. That heat could seriously cause some health problems. And actually, you know what? Did they update the excessive heat warning? Yes, they sure did. Yes, they sure did. Temperature of 110 to 118 degrees the next few days. So they did upgrade that excessive heat warning. Now it's in effect through Sunday potentially. Oh, gotten the secondary wind max. We have a secondary wind max. So within the next 10 minutes they are going to be in the eye. Because they were right here, they're here, and then they'll be right in here. So they're going to get the eye. And you know what? Just for reference, I'm going to look at a website that I can't show you guys because it's not weather related, but I'm going to look at Cal ISO. If there is anything Jeez. There's a potential for brownouts. Yup. There could be blackouts and brownouts the next few days here. Wow. That means people could lose their electricity because people are... A brownout or a blackout brownout means like Cal ISO cuts power because people are using their like if you run your air conditioner, imagining over 25 million people running their air conditioner, that's going to put a lot of strain on the power grid, which then could cause a lot of power grid failures. Utility plants could actually malfunction if actions are not taken, so they actually have to cut power. So that's basically what it is. It's to protect the power grid. That's why run your AC at 78 degrees. Don't turn it down to 50 degrees. So we're going to get an update here in about 6 minutes. But buy more electric cars? Yeah, well. Yep, Jay Mohiman. I can't say your last name. I'll just say Jay. I do agree with that. Yeah, turn off the lights, turn off the air conditioner, and maybe run a fan or something. That will help. Yeah, I won't buy an electric car anytime soon. I am glad I live in the high country of Western North Carolina. Western North Carolina. Yeah, it gets cold in the wintertime, which means your heater is running a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, TD, which means tropical depression. So thank you so much. I'm glad you really like the channel, you guys. I couldn't do this without you because I'm like, maybe you guys are interested in seeing some new data, right? But I'm not going to stay up for the whole mission. Please don't even ask me, because once the plane passes through this eye wall, that's pretty much where the strongest winds are. And I'll tell you, the southern eye wall, the winds are not that strong. Category 3 or 4 intensity. You definitely have category 5 intensity on the northern eye wall. So, it's not going to be very long. Probably another 5 minutes. Yeah, about another 5 minutes. We will get a new update on the aircraft. They did find almost category 3 force winds right here, though. So that's pretty strong, that far from the eye. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the channel, if you guys are liking the content, slap that subscribe button right now. Hit the bell icon to where it says all notifications. Chat with us and like the stream. Like it, like it, like it. We're already up to almost 1,400 likes in about 5 hours. So thank you all. Eyewall replacement cycle. I'm not seeing one right now. Well, that's probably a moat region of the storm. A moat, which means where there's a lack of convection and there's some drier air, which may help to locally enhance winds. So I'm not saying that is a secondary wind maximum yet. We will see once it gets through the rest of the eye, though. Beverly Weber says this is going to be a very wild season. I do agree. There's no doubt in my mind. If we can get a Category 5 hurricane in on July the 1st, the Category 5 on July the 1st and the 2nd, I'm sure we're going to get more than one more major hurricane. Here we go. Here we go. New update here in 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Where is it right now? It's south of Puerto Rico, well south of Puerto Rico. I mean, way down here. Lightning in the eye. Let me see if there's any more lightning. Let's do a lightning check. Yes, we have now 4 lightning strikes. Yes, we have 4 lightning strikes. So there is some minor lightning activity in the eye right now. But I think Beryl is losing steam gradually. Will this hit Cozumel? Down to the south, it is not out of the question. There is a lot of uncertainty. Cozumel is down here. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah, so there is a possibility this hits Cozumel, but right now, most of the hurricane models are putting this right in here. Wait. Hold on. Right in here. So just north of Cozumel is where we think it's going to hit. Everything about this storm, even days ago, has completely surpassed all models. And all records, too. I think we beat 9 or 10 records. Oh, golly word. Look at the lightning now. Look at the lightning now. Tons of lightning. Big barrage of lightning going on. Massive lightning barrage. Massive lightning barrage. Yup, there is lightning right here. And the plane, we're about to get an update here in about another minute. 1 minute to update. 1 minute to update, folks. Here we go. We're about to witness a wind maximum. Will it be stronger than the previous missions? That is to be answered in about another minute or two. We will find out from that aircraft. From that aircraft. Wow, we have 2,000 people watching. Thank you guys for sharing this and getting this out to a lot of people. The eye wall is getting raggedy. Not raggedy when you look at the data properly. 161 knots. 161 knots. That is higher than earlier. 161 knots on the aircraft. Holy cow. Holy cow. Holy freaking Christ. Holy cow. Indicating 100. That's stronger. That's definitely stronger. Without a doubt. That is stronger than it was earlier. It was only 151 knots on the previous mission. Yeah, look at these wind barbs. Look at these red wind barbs right in here. That's not even the eye. That's just approaching the eye wall. So we're going to have to see if they even find a stronger wind maximum. Oh my gosh. Right in here. That is well into Category 5 intensity. Easily. Easily. So because of this, the maximum potential wind in this is 165 knots, which is 190 miles an hour they are getting. Flight level winds potentially 190 miles an hour based on mesovortices, whatever microgusts that get across there and really get the winds going. So this could very well be definitely upgraded. We will have to wait for the rest of the plane to fly through the center. If the pressure is down into the 920s, I can guarantee you they're going to up it. Okay, what I said is potential. Potential means possible. The actual wind data to equate that, 161 knots is 185 miles an hour, but the potential, due to some microgusts or screaming gusts, we call it 189 rounded up. It's about 189.879, makes this about 190 miles an hour. So we could be witnessing an upgrade here. Possibly 170, 175 from the NHC very soon. We are going to wait patiently with their next update. And look at all this lightning that they're flying through. Look at all that lightning. Tons of lightning all of a sudden. So we're going to wait when they get the center. I mean, right here, folks, you can see it. 161 knots is the strongest for right now. They have not finished. They are not in the center as of this. So we don't know if they are finding anything stronger than what we're seeing here. But this is what it looks like. There is a little bit of a secondary wind max out here. Possibly a secondary eye wall, maybe a rain band. But for right now, that's what they're getting. That is what they're getting. That red, the darkest red, is winds of over 137 knots. Oh, and we got a new mission. New mission en route, but I'm not staying up for that. Oh my gosh! Surface frequency microwave radiometer winds are over 165 knots. Again, invite people to the stream, folks. This is some breaking news information right now. Breaking news information. Why do we wait for these aircrafts to fly into the system? Because of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on a data point. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Remember how I said the potential wind is 190 miles an hour? Remember, folks, when I said the potential wind is 190 miles an hour at flight level winds, right? Are you following me on this? Are you literally following me on this? Well, do you know what we step on a daily basis? We step on the ground. That's the ground surface wind. That's at the surface. And guess how strong it is? 190 miles an hour right now. That is a 10-second surface. Excuse me. That is a 10-second surface frequency microwave radiometer wind. Sustained. Sustained. That is insane. That is very strong. So we will see how consistent this actually is. And if it is consistent enough, they're going to have to probably pull the trigger on a 175 mile an hour system. At least. I don't think they're going to go 180. I don't think they're going to do that. They're not going to go 180 or 190, but they're going to go at least up to about 175 at the very most. Okay, 2 more minutes. Let's see what the pressure is like. Let's see what the pressure is like when they finish their eye wall fly through, or their eye fly through, whatever it is. Beryl is a giant. At this point, it is violent. It is a violent hurricane right now. I'm actually very surprised that the winds are actually stronger, given that the cloud tops have actually warmed a little bit. Oh my golly word. Shoot. They're going to find, the pressures are going to be below 936 easily. There is no way that pressure has went up with winds that strong. There is no way. We're going to get an update here in about a minute or so. In another minute, we're going to get a new update. Cloud tops warmed because it's like a Patricia warm core. And I hope I didn't cause any panic or any fear, but that data, that 190 mile an hour wind speed at the surface. Okay, Okay, so they did not find anything stronger than 161 knots. That's the strongest they were able to find at flight level. But we will look at the surface here in just a second. So the surface pressure that they found... Oh, no data is available. Guess what the air pressure is that they found, you guys. Guess what the pressure is. Why am I guessing things correctly? Why am I guessing things like... Guess what pressure they found. 927.9 millibars. 927.9 millibars. 927.9 millibars. Extrapolated air pressure. Wow, those flight level winds really got close to 180 knots or 175 knots. Wow. Cow. Holy freaking moly. Oh gosh. That was something else. I want to see the southern side on the previous missions too, because that's going to be very important. Because I want to actually look back at that data really quickly. Yeah, look at the southern side. The southern side of the system was not as strong. It was only 104 knots, 105. Now the southern side with this latest system, we're up to 115 knots. That's a category 4 at flight level. So, and tons of lightning going on with that. Wow. All right, you guys, I am going to have to head to bed. It is about 3 in the morning here. I do appreciate your guys' time and effort to keep me awake during all of this. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I am going to do another live stream probably at around noon. We're going to do a stream right around noon my time, and we're going to go live for about 2 hours. All right, for about 2 hours, we're going to be live streaming on Hurricane Beryl as it remains a threat. All right, I truly love you guys, and again, you can follow me on Twitter. Actually, yeah, follow me definitely on Twitter at WeatherUnited1. Please consider doing that because you will get updates there as well. I'll probably have to send out an update on this in a second once I'm done streaming because of how strong this ended up being. So, yeah, it's at Weather United for the latest information. Because I am very active on Twitter. If I'm not on YouTube, I'm on Twitter, where you can guys can get some inside updates. All right, be sure to subscribe, hit that bell icon, leave a like, and also share this live stream with their family and friends. And I'll be back with you guys more in the next, in the next 9 hours or so. I'll be back in 9 hours with more live streaming. Okay, peace out, folks.